Greetings everyone and welcome back to Frostpunk once more. It's been a while that we've played this game. I've actually covered almost all of the scenarios now on survivor difficulty, and on our road to Frostpunk 2 this year I want to revisit this beautiful game. And what better way of to play this hardcore game than on the highest difficulty possible. So we're going to jump right into the endless mode. I love this one. So we have the scenarios, right, that offer you different story bits and are also brutally hard, each one of themselves. But we're going to go with the endless mode for this one. I want to build up a mega city, a huge city with all the relics, and we want to do good relationships with all the settlements possible, and we also want to just get as many people in as possible to survive this endless winter. For that we're going to endless mode. Endurance it is, of course. The scarce resources, bitter cold and frequent blizzards will make our daily life a struggle. And we're going to choose the hardest map in my opinion, and I think it is, that we have this one, and that's the flats. So last time we played it on the crater, and this was not so bad after all, because everything is relatively close to you. On the flats the problem will be that everything is so far away, but it will allow us to build a truly big city, that is. For customization we're going with extreme on all the parameters. We're going to activate the random hazards, and we're going to activate the settlements. So everything that you can do is to the limit on the hardest map possible, at least in my opinion. And with that I wish you all the fun, and I wish me all the luck that we actually managed to do this. If you enjoy my content, don't forget to check out my Patreon support page, and if you want to follow me live, then also don't forget to check out my Twitch account. And without further ado, go 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 go. Alrighty, and here we are now finally in the game. Welcome to Winterbourne, a generator solitary out here. It is day one right now. We got some 80 souls that actually made the journey with us to this generator here. It is negative 20 degrees. This is the warmest it'll ever get, so let's just enjoy the warm winds on our skin. It is morning right now. We have a bit of coal, a bit of wood, a bit of steel, some steam cores, and a bit of raw food in our storage, and that's about it. And from now on here begins the hardest possible scenario in this game, on the hardest settings with hazards available and the settlements enabled as well. The goal is to build a mega city, to find all the relics, of course, to build as many ornaments as possible, to automate as much as possible, to get as many achievements as possible as well, but of course primarily to survive. Especially the first and the second storm are going to hit us hard, and we need to prepare for this right away. The first thing of order is we're going to build a workshop right away close to the generator that is going to allow me to do some research here. I'm also going to have a look at my resource piles that we have in the surrounding area, and we get a few. The problem with the flats, however, and that's one of the main difficulties, is it's so far away, right? Everything is far away, and every single piece of street will cost me a lot of wood, and we need to be very careful about this. So for the beginning I'm going to assign people to piles that are relatively far away. We do lose some of the productivity because of the distance, but I will not have to build a road this far away for a very long time. The closest piles we're going to use then for resource gathering posts, so I can then actually use them. But for now let's actually go ahead and assign all my other available workforce, that is engineers and workers. Let's assign them to these piles to gather me some wood, some coal and some steel. Next thing that we do before we unpause the game is we're also going to assign the first law. We have two trees available, the purpose tree and the adaptation. The adaptation is what we are starting with, and we got a lot of choices, and every single choice in this game matters very much, and we definitely need to be super careful about that, and every single wrong choice can actually break the game for us on this difficulty. Emergency shift, of course it is for the beginning. This will allow us to have 24-hour shifts on my people. It will raise the difficulty, it will raise the discontent already right now. Now these two parameters here are super important for us. Discontent should never reach the maximum. If it does, we actually get an ultimatum, and if the ultimatum runs out, we lose the game. The same goes with hope. If hope reaches 0, people will give us an ultimatum to raise hope again. If we are not able to do this, we end. And in this case here, it's much harder to raise hope than lower discontent. So we're going to fiddle around with the discontent bar and try to abuse it a bit for us. That is, with highest discontent as much as possible. And that means basically that I'm going to have an emergency shift, what we just, enacted on the wood crates. So those poor souls, yeah, they will have to work through the night now out there in the snow, in the cold. They have a little can of fire there and they will have to work through the night to gather me wood, because that's life, unfortunately. The workshop is finished, and here we can now assign the first 5 people, the first 5 engineers, because only engineers can work here. And with that, we can start the research. Researching is extensive in this game, and once again, super vital to do it right on this difficulty. Otherwise, we will not have the right tech at the right time. Beacon it is for my starting. With that, we can start the exploration of our surrounding area. And yeah, basically gather resources and also find survivors, because this is also something that we need to get cracking ASAP. In the center of the city is the generator, the most important structure of this game, and we are keeping it offline right now. It's shut down because we want to save some coal. We don't have enough coal yet to keep it running all the time. The generator will provide warmth and security for my people. As we can see, there is lots of kids now here. Right, unfortunately some of them will die most likely, but yeah, that's life as well. The others will work for us because that's the only way we can also make this work. So child labor is something I need to enforce as well. For now, they're sitting around here at -20 and hoping that they are warm soon. Researching is starting, the work has started, so those people are now moving out there. And yeah, we'll gather us some resources. And as we can see, resources are coming in now, and it is quiet. It is quiet. In the beginning, it is so quiet, and it's going to get so nasty soon. So let's just enjoy this for a moment, as people right now just hope that we can somehow survive this mess. The first temperature drop is on the horizon already. On day 4, we are going down to -40 degrees. By then, we really need to have some basic stuff sorted out. So this is my first major goal. The first storm will arrive in 14 days, and that is a major hit in temperature, and also a lot of buildings will be unavailable then. So the storm is our first goal here to survive this, and our first big hurdle really. Alright, also looking around, we can do something. We can check out my deposits that we have, right? So I can see that we have 2 coal deposits here. Further outside, we can see a huge dead forest that would provide wood for us. And if I move along the edges, we can see that there is a wall drill slot and another wall drill slot over there. We also have a steel slot here and a steel slot, a coal one, a steel slot here. Very far away. This is actually the closest we have, together with those 2 coal deposits. What we use first, we'll see. And with that, the first day is over. I'm going to activate the emergency shift on the workshop now. However, I'm going to reassign those 5 engineers right now to not work there, because otherwise one of them will die. So I'm trying to keep it available now for 3 hours, unavailable, and then we are reassigning them again to work through the night. Meanwhile, we're going to build a medical post, the first one, because I'm expecting first sick people now in this night. And I'm also going to activate, our generator. For the first time, it is now providing heat. The first level is activated. It is going to consume now coal continuously. We can also check this here. And with that, we have a coal consumption of 144 per day. However, we only produce 135 per day. This means we can't let it run all the time right now. At 10 o'clock, I'm going to reactivate the workshop. For now, these people can actually start working now on that medical post here. And everybody goes to rest, the other ones, except those poor sods. Yeah, they will now have to work through the night in the cold to also provide more wood, because boy, we need wood. We got a request. Captain, people are understandably concerned about the lack of shelter. They are falling ill from sleeping outside in this terrible cold. We'd better do something about it. And yes, I can promise you I'll provide some shelter for 40 people within 2 days. Let's activate the overdrive. This is a mechanism that allows me to have the generator work above its limits for another temperature limit. And this will hopefully reduce the sickness for the people surrounding it, because they get it even warmer, right? So they have it now very comfortable around the generator. This should keep sickness low. Next up, the medical post has been finished. Let's assign some 5 engineers to that, because I'm expecting then the first sick in. We'll also need to reassign 5 engineers from this wood pile, because those are the ones that are going then to research once it's 10 o'clock. What a big map this is, right? It's 10 o'clock. Those 5 engineers continue now working again in the workshop. And in about 4 hours, they will finish the beacon for us. We would have other buildings available to us right now. However, we need to save quite a lot of wood for the first beacon. What I can do though is I'm going to build my first resource gathering post then, and we're going to have the first one here. And with that street that we need to build for 11 wood, this one will be constructed now and will work then tomorrow. It's just much safer in general to have those people working in gathering posts than on the piles themselves, because it's warmer in the gathering post. The risk of falling ill is lower. And there we have it, the first sick people. They're now coming then to treatment in the medical post. We can introduce the next law. The cooldown has run off. And for my next choice, I'm going with the extended shift. So people will have to work longer from now on. That's 14 hours a day. This they will not like, right? So this content goes up once more. Very important that we do this, however, if I want to get more resources in, which we need. So for that, I'm going to not do it for the piles, but we are doing it then for the gathering posts. Generator stress level is now reaching 25%. If this would reach 100%, the generator explodes and the game is over. So we always need to be very careful about that overdrive. And there it is. Our first research has been finished, the beacon. Very good. Next up on the list is the faster gathering right away. We want to speed up gathering with the gathering posts. And I can now build the next building, the beacon. 20 wood, 35 steel. The beacon does not have to be heated, so I'm building it behind my stockpiles outside of my generator here. We have now more sick than we have capacity. Unfortunately, that's just how things go for the first night. Gathering post has been finished. We can assign the extended shift to this right away. And I'm also going to assign now some people from it. Yeah, it's probably the ones that will then leave these wood crates here, because they've been working through the night. Once they finish with that, we can reassign them right away to the gathering post. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Day 2 it is. Temperature stays the same for now. We can turn off the generator now. It will heat a bit more, right? So it's taking a bit of time before it actually loses all its heat. So that's okay. But it will not consume coal anymore. Beacon has been built. This is a pretty important moment. So now we just wait for this wood crate here to run out, and then we can assign 10 workers to the gathering post and 5 workers to the scout.
Work time. Get moving.
We can also be a bit more precise and go actually with that right now. So now I have 5 workers, 40 wood, and we can start the scouting. And this is super vital, right? Finding the right points of interest around Winterbourne is going to be vital for us. And the Rocky Promontory it is as my first target. It's going to take a full day to get over there, but hopefully we get some resources from it. It all now depends on these wood crates here. They're running out in a couple of minutes. The workshop continues to work. We haven't lost anyone during the night. That's perfect. And there it is. The wood crate is out. Those people move home now. Not all of them. 5 of them will go to the steel. And the other 10 will go to the gathering post. And they're going to work here now. I could be super cruel and assign them to another emergency shift now again. But I'm not doing this. Unfortunately, because we have some sick, only 8 of them can work right now, leading to a total efficiency of 80%. But that's okay. It is afternoon on day 2 and we have the first hungry people now. Problem is I don't have any food yet, only raw food. So for tomorrow I should have the food then ready, because hungry 24 hours later they're starving and then they're dying. And we of course don't want that, especially since we have food available. So food production is my next bigger task now. The next research is coming along, faster gathering. There it is. So that gathering post here is now producing more resources than overall. Next research, it's getting a bit tricky now where we want to go. The thing is, we have a temperature drop incoming, so I'm going to research the heaters now. This will allow us to heat resource buildings like this one here, right? And since we have that temperature drop, this is actually one that we need. It is now almost evening of the second day. It's still quiet, the sun is shining. Negative 20 degrees remains for us, for now. And let's activate the generator once more. The warmth you can feel on your skin. And we continue over with the next construction. I have this promise to provide some shelters for at least 40 people. So that's 40 wood that we just used there now, right? Let's also put the extended shift for the workshop, the gathering post, and the wood crates, so they continue producing a bit more wood. We will also now need a cookhouse. For that, unfortunately, I will need to readjust some things because that street is a bit positioned not so good. So that's something I need to do. Construction starts. The next law is ready. I would like to go for soup as my next law. Soup is weaker than normal rations, right? But we get more food out of the raw food. It makes discontent go up though.
Hear me. New law in the city.
It is now past 8 o'clock, so what I can do too is I'm going to dismantle this road here real quick for now. And we're going to put the cookhouse in here. So every building needs to be connected with the generator. In this case here, this would not be working now, but it's not working anyway because it's night. And there's the first tents. So the first people get their home, they can sleep in beds. And they also are protected from the winds. This will do for 20 degrees right now. With negative 40, these might not be enough anymore, but we'll see. Well, the promise has been fulfilled, and with that we get a bit of hope in again. I will also build now the next gathering post, because once negative 40 hits us, no one should be outside on the piles anymore. We want to have everyone working in gathering posts. So this is the next one. The cookhouse is finished. Now, where do we get those people from, right? I will reassign some 3 people from the steel and have them working then in the cookhouse. So tomorrow we'll get the first soup in. By now, almost all of the people are hungry. And in the middle of the night, we have the next gathering post ready. Let's put the extended shift on it. And those people here, once they have depleted the steel wreckage, will move over then to the gathering post. At 5 o'clock in the morning, I can shut down the generator once more. Still heating a bit, right? So heating is still fine. For another 2 hours. A new workday has started, and extended shifts now kick in most of my buildings. And also the cookhouse starts in 1 hour, and then we'll get some food.
Get to work. Move, people. There's plenty to do.
As expected, the steel pallet is now out. I can reassign those 10 people to the gathering post. And they start their work now, collecting wood, coal and steel. By now also, as we can see, the soup is coming in. And people can finally eat something at the cookhouse. And the generator is offline once more for this day. And it's the last day that we are turning it off. By tomorrow, we will need to constantly have it run. Oh, very good. The scouts have reached the first site. We found several frozen bodies in sleeping bags around the remains of a fire. These people had plenty of fuel and food, but the cold got to them anyway. But at least 48 wood and 23 raw food. Let's get this home right away. 14 hours it takes them. It's important to note that usually, not always, but usually, the first point of interest holds something, the second none. So the snow dunes most likely have nothing. So for me, it's not really valid to go to this location. I'd rather take the wood and the raw food back home. Alright, we still have 2 available workers. To really squeeze out everything, we could assign them to these wood crates, since we need more wood. The next wood pile is gone, right? So in this case here, I'm also going to quickly assign them to something so that at least they work for now, and that's these wood crates here. It's not ideal, but it'll have to do. A new law I can sign. This is going to be a tricky one now. The soup was easy. The next law is not so easy. We have different routes that we can take. Fighting arena would lower our discontent. Radical treatment would open up the overcrowding so I can have more patients in my medical posts. The corpse disposal would allow me to have organ transplants and faster sick recovery. However, we need a dead person first before this actually goes into effect. And then we have the child labor here with safe jobs so I can get more workforce. But right now I don't have that many workplaces. So what do we need? For this I need to check my discontent real quick. It's not that super bad yet. I'm going to have another emergency shift tonight. That means discontent will go up greatly again. Together with the radical treatment, this could actually tip us over. Together with the negative temperature drop, we will get even more discontent, so it would be very hard for me to actually get on track then. So I think the safest route is now the fighting arena. Or we activate the overdrive just for one night to get temperatures down. Yeah, let's do this. Let's actually go for radical treatment now. And this will raise the discontent here once more. As I said, difficult decision there right now. At least the food is in. I don't need that many workers now at the cookhouse. We have some available engineers that we're going to use then soon. The coal pile is still going to work a bit. Next up, we can already prepare the next medical post. The heaters have been researched. Perfect, just on time, because we get the next temperature drop. Next up on my list would be the sawmill. I'm going the sawmill route because we have lots of dead trees on this map and we can use this to get wood in. It's almost evening again. And it's the evening of the next temperature drop. We have several routes here once again that we can take. Either I build some shelters now for the remaining people, something I actually need to do, and something, or we build now our next gathering post. Once again, a very heavy decision. I'm deciding for the gathering post. We're going over here and we're building the next gathering post for coal gathering. As we can see, unfortunately I cannot reach the steel piles here, so it will be for the coal only. And this is going to be a major industrial hub here for us then. You can't see this yet, but I cannot afford that many roads, so this is one of the few big roads that I'm going to build, right? And here we can have then wood industry, coal industry, all clumped together for one nice efficient industrial hub. 23 wood in total, 30 wood just the street costs me, and with that we're almost out of wood now. And it's a pretty big, long production. Let's activate the generator. This time it's going to stay activated, providing warmth, sleeping outside, and I'll provide shelter for another 17 people within one day, and this is something I can actually do. Let's also accept this. Now, it's that moment of the emergency shift. We're going to use the systems here to the maximum. Going to leave them working for another half an hour because we have the extended shift anyway. So that's about now. Then I'm going to turn it off to get some of that discontent back again, right? Then I'm going to put them on emergency shift. And then I'm going to put them off, right? So I don't lose any of them for another 3 hours. So at 11 o'clock, we will be able then to reactivate that workshop. And then it's working through the night. This actually saved me a lot of discontent. And with that, we also will not get to that ultimatum. That road construction will take some time. It's good that we're doing it now at -20 and not at -40. That was one of my primary motivations for this. The scouts will have another 4 hours and then they will return with lots of wood. So this gives me then the wood that I need for the tents tomorrow. Actually, we could also start with those tents now. Once again, very important, the placement. Where do we want to expand our town? Because we have no space in the inner ring anymore, right? So all the tents we build now will not have direct heating in the beginning. So these guys will have it cold, but at least they have a shelter. Let's start here with the first two that we can still build. And with that, we're completely out of wood. And it's the night of day 3 to day 4, and -40 degrees are incoming now. There it is, the scouts have arrived, 48 wood, 23 raw food, and we're going to immediately send the scouts off again, this time to the abandoned sawmill. There's definitely some wood over there. It's going to take them another day to get there. At least we got raw food for another day to live. But of course, food production will now be my most important one. Let's reassign, shelter promise fulfilled. And let's also reassign those engineers to the workshop again. The next medical post is ready. The remaining engineers we can assign. And with that, we at least offer medical support now for up to 10 people. By now, the constructions are in its final form for this gathering post over there. Lots of sick people at this point, unfortunately. And there's the gathering post. It is important now that we put anyone off that is still working in the piles, right? So no one should be working in piles anymore. And with that, we have 23 available workers. 10 of them we can assign right away to this gathering post. The next day is dawning, and yeah, this time around we cannot deactivate that generator anymore. It will have to keep burning. Lucky us, we have a good coal production now, thanks to having this gathering post over here activated. Just on time. Also, we're going to activate the heater now for the gathering post, for this gathering post, and for this gathering post. This will raise the temperature level, and it will make sure that those people don't have it chilly cold. And there it is. -40.
Brace yourselves. Cold is coming.
And with that, it's at least now chilly but not cold in the gathering post. This is a lower risk of falling ill, super important, and just on time. And with that, it's important also to finish the last 2 houses for my people. The next law is ready for action. Once again, a tricky one. Not so much this time around, but because I think overcrowding is the only valid choice that we have right now. And this will increase the capacity of the medical facilities by 100%. It will increase, however, also discontent quite a bit. But with that, everybody has now medical treatment. And it's a long treatment. Up to 24, up to 2 days of treatment per person. So these people are not going to work for us anytime soon. And as we can see, this is the difference. This tent here has chilly temperatures, and this one here has cold temperatures. There's also snow covered on this one. Just because it does not receive any Let's also make sure that extended shifts are on all my gathering posts. Super important at this point. We need to get these resources in. The cookhouse has finished the remaining raw food, and now we face a new problem that we don't have any raw food coming in anymore, right? So now we need to work on food, because tomorrow we'll get the first hungry people, and by the day after tomorrow we'll get the first starving people. So we need to get stuff done by then. And for this, we'll need to keep that workshop running all the time, because we need that tag. The sawmill is about to be finished. That's a super important tag for us. There it is. Next tag, super important now, as I said, is going to be the food. Unfortunately, as you can see, there is no food production here, so we need to go for the drawing boards now. That's tier 1 production then, tier 1 research. And this will cost me 50 wood just to unlock this row. Quite a lot. And this will bring me down now to 5 wood only. So I'm going to make especially sure that the remaining wood that we have is fully utilized right now. And there we have now the sawmill as well. That's super important. We can start the production of this right away. And let's just make sure that we actually have the right position here, because we want to get the sawmill into the steam hub then here as well, and into a shrine building later on for maximum efficiency gains. This looks like a good location to me. Unfortunately, we don't have wood enough for these streets. We'll need to wait a bit there. Now we have a bit of wood, and let's connect the sawmill with my road network. So they can build this, and this will provide me another source of wood now. The last tent is about to finish, so no one will have to sleep outside during this night. It's way too cold for that. So far so good. We're surviving day 4. The sawmill is about to be finished, and now we have to work towards our food production. And we're doing this in the next episode on our way to the next and the first storm. I hope you enjoyed this one. Frostpunk Extreme on the highest level possible. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Winterbourne, our Frostpunk survival series on Extreme, and we continue onwards. Day 4 is about to end with a negative 40 degrees. We will probably use the overdrive for this night to keep the sickness down. People are freezing right now in their tents, especially out here. It's very cold. Unfortunately for these guys, I will not be able to do anything at this point. Now, we are about to also finish a sawmill today, hopefully. The construction has started. It's going to take them a while to get over here, but of course, once here, they will finish this. We have 13 available workers right now, and with that, we will be able to build that sawmill and also staff it, right, with the amount that we need. We are also in the process of researching drawing boards right now. We need to, because we're running out of food, which is my most pressing issue right now. For that, the workshop is already working. We will not be able to have an emergency shift tonight, but tomorrow I hope it is time for it once more. This content is okayish, I'd say. We're about to finish also the last 10 we need to, otherwise we're going to lose 10 people in this night. This could hurt us a bit, honestly, and I should not let it come to that. Let's activate the overdrive. This should have an impact there on discontent. It has. It reduces the discontent for this night, and it actually has livable temperatures for the tents close by. Come on, you guys, finish that tent here, please. And there we have it. Also, the sawmill has been finished. Let's staff it with 10 people and put it in extended shift on this, plus a heater, just in case. We need the wood. The last tent has been finished, and with that, all the tents are in. And everybody has a house, even though it doesn't help that much. Sickness will still be crazy this night, right? So we already have now all medical tents fully used, and 5 people are waiting outside now. Unfortunately, we will not be able to do anything for them. It's cold. We are going to see a temperature increase in 2 days, or in, tomorrow actually, but that's still a bit off. Let's just check once again that we have the gathering posts all on extended shift, plus the sawmill. We are keeping the generator online during this day. Even with the activated generator, we actually have a surplus of 188 coal at the moment. That's something we need to stockpile coal just in case. Alright, also my scout will arrive now. Let's turn off the overdrive and let's have a look what the scout says at the abandoned sawmill. There was probably an outpost here years ago. Now there's nothing left of it but this frozen sawmill, and we take some 56 wood. I'm not going to take this back home to Winterbourne right now because honestly this would be a waste. We continue onwards to the large crater. I have a feeling that there might be survivors in a large crater just by the name of it, and we probably get hopefully some more workforce in. The sawmill starts its first work day, chopping down now the trees, the dead trees that we have in the surrounding area. Unfortunately, a lot of them are sick, right? So half of the workforce here is sick, and this reduces the output of this sawmill there. Yeah, that's just how we have to live with it for the moment. Now, drawing boards will be finished today, and then hothouse, please. We are running out of food. We are out of food now, so we will get the first hungry people today. And there's really nothing I can do about that. Overdrive is deactivated, so the generator's stress level is reducing again. We're going to need it for this night once more. 20 sick, that's a lot. We haven't lost anyone yet though, so in this case, corpse disposal, it would be my preferred way, but it doesn't make sense at this point. And there it is, drawing boards, and with that we can go now into tier 1. Research, and of course hothouse is my very first one here. This will consume a steam core. We only have 3 steam cores, right? But it will then produce food for us. Especially children can work in these hothouses. It's warm in there, and that is a safe environment for these guys. And with that we should then hopefully solve the food problem. This is of course tomorrow, right? Today we're getting the first hungry people, and unfortunately, yeah, they will have to stay hungry for a while. Going to take 15 hours, so we will definitely have to do an emergency shift on the workshop. Alright, yeah, wood is coming in. The rate is increasing a bit because we're healing people, of course, for this day. Right, a lot of people are getting healed then. Day 5 is over.
Night is coming. Put down your tools.
And let's activate the overdrive again for this night. Just going to wait a bit more. And that's a close one here, but it should be working out. Emergency shift. Let's deactivate the engineers on it for now. I don't want to lose an engineer there really. And let's also put the overdrive to work. And with that we should hopefully lose some discontent again. Perfect, it was already pretty high. Now the next law we can actually go for, once again a tricky one. The hothouses will be ready, so child labor is probably my go-to. Right, so let's activate child labor. Safe jobs it is. Hope will fall slightly. There aren't enough hands to do all the work. We'll allow children to be employed in a safe workplace like cookhouses or hothouses. And that's just in time really for my tech to finish tomorrow.
Hear me.
And with that, if you look at the gathering post, we got 15 children now available as workforce. Now we will definitely use them. Alright, lots of wood and lots of steel in. We're going to need that for more research, of course. And the night, once again, bitter cold, and now we get empty bellies. The gathering post will still work for a while. This one here will be depleted at some point, so I'm eyeing already these coal piles up there. And there's also still 500 coal in this gathering post here. Don't forget, we need to have the coal thumper ready by then. Negative 40, one more time. And then temperature eases a bit again. But then we can see 2 temperature drops coming in soon. So we're going to negative 50 short-term wise. Okay, let's activate the workshop again. I think it was a long break indeed. So 11 hours. And then we'll have the hothouses ready. Lots of sick people. We have arrived at the large crater, and indeed there are survivors. These people sought shelter in this crater during a blizzard, only to discover that the crawler couldn't climb out of it. And we can escort them back home. We can also send them to the city. Some of them may die, but that's okay for us. We don't need all of them. And I can continue with the scouting on my scout, right? So that's important as well. Otherwise I would lose 2 full days scouting. That is something we cannot afford. The scout continues, and the survivors come to Winterbourne in 2 days and 17 hours. 19 workers, 13 engineers, and 8 children. Some of them may die. I think 20%. That's just the hard decisions we have to make. Alright, a new day is dawning. Let's deactivate the overdrive. And there it is, -30 again. So it's chilly in those tents. Perfect. That's at least easing. It should ease on the sickness there as well. Now, 4 more hours still for that hothouse. Yeah, it's taking time. Lots of sick people, reducing the overall productivity everywhere. Let's just wait it out now. We get the first starving people in. There it is. Hothouse has been researched. And we go as the next research. Probably more scouts. That would be my go-to here right now. Yeah, more scouts. And then we probably go for the coal thumper, which we need then at this point. Hothouse, there it is. Location, location, location is everything. And in this case here, it doesn't make sense for me to have it here, right? We need the space for the gathering posts then. And what we do, we will have the hothouses then here, so that we can heat the houses here plus the hothouses. Let's just make sure that we have a bit of space in between. So I'm going to just placebo-wise add some tents. I mean, we're going to need those tents actually for the survivors anyway, but not now. And then we're going to build those hothouses. Let's just make sure that we keep a bit of space there as well, for probably another medical tent or something like that. And let's just calculate this one. With, yeah, the steam hub in the center should be fine. And I would like to build 2 hothouses right away. We want to stockpile that food. And let's also get rid of these tents again. And with that, we have used the first steam cores now. They're super rare. Hopefully we'll find some in the scouting as well. Also, the first piles of steel have been depleted. So there's not that much steel coming in anymore. Right? And that means either we build a gathering post for these steam piles, or we build a steel mill. But that's something that we still need to wait on a bit. Alright, my 3 workers that we still have will now construct those hothouses. We will probably have to let them run through the night, so that we can feed some people. The next law, child labor, all laws would be available. I'm going with the fighting arena, and then probably corpse disposal. I need to find some ways of actually reducing discontent, and the fighting arena does an amazing job at that. And we probably will build then 2 of them right away. Not now. Now I really want to finish those hothouses. The next steel rack depleted. That's the end of it. Sir, our people are worn out. Some of them have been working on extended shifts for days on end. The effort is taking its toll and they're becoming restless. I won't address this right now. Huge discontent. Yeah, let's put the fighting arena in. 1 here and 1 on the other side. So we can take as many people in as possible. We have the wood for that. Unfortunately, I'm really late on those hothouses. And let's feed them. You have 3 days to feed everyone. And I'm confident that we can actually achieve this. So let's promise this as well. Just for the heck of it, let's activate the overdrive a bit. Yeah, people are furious. We're going to get that warning. Fighting arena has been built, so this is reducing discontent a bit, and this is doing it now every night at 11 o'clock actually. Hothouses are being built, so tomorrow we'll have some food. I hope we are not losing anyone to starvation until then. Let's actually activate the emergency. Nah, let's not do this. It might be super bad for my discontent rating there. But I'm going to activate the extended shift. And both hothouses are staffed. So tomorrow we'll see some food. Also going to activate the cookhouse so we can make soup of that right away. Alright, day 7. -30 days for 1 more time, for the last time probably. Starving population we have. The hothouses begin their work. And with that we see some raw food now coming in. My scouts have arrived at the lone boulder. Our search hasn't uncovered anything of value, but we may be able to reach some more promising locations from here. Like a supply depot. That sounds promising. In 1 day. Wood crates depleted and the first gathering post is offline. It's this one. So we also have some workforce again, and I would like to use these guys then on most likely a next gathering post over here. Super solitary outside, but what can you do about that? 26 wood we basically waste on this. Not entirely. I get the wood back once I dismantle the street, of course.
Work time. Get back to work.
Alright, food is coming in. We can see the amount of starving people is going down. Actually switch to soup again. Also assign more people to that. 11 sick people only, so this is actually fine for the moment. The problem is right now they're eating the raw food, of course, right? So this is a problem indeed, and for this I will need to get the emergency shift going soon. Additional scouts, perfect. Let's go ahead with the steelworks as my next tech. Also, we can have now more scouts, and this is also 5 people that we can spare. Let's get them out and start with the Frozen Hulk as my second scout team. And from now on we have 2 scout teams, and that's also hopefully going to help us out in the future then. I wonder why we only have 60%. Get that workforce up, please. Tonight we'll need to solve the discontent problem. Tomorrow it's going to be much harder. And they're also building that gathering post now. Child injured at work. Scold this kid for being careless. Or give it 24 hours off. Yeah, let's do this. Gives me a bit of a hope boost there. Hope is super important to have. And we do have the workforce to replace that kid right away. Survivors in 1 day. I will prepare that with building a second workshop then. That hungry population. Look at that. We might be in a trap here.
End of shift. Go rest all you can.
Yeah. Okay, we brought it down to 10 for this day. That's okay. Discontent is actually going down because of that. And also 80 living near a fighting arena gives me a permanent modifier for discontent. So what I can do now is I can put the overdrive to work. Doesn't do anything. And then let's put the extended shifts offline. Perfect. And with that, once again, we have solved the problem of discontent. Okay, 10 more starving. That should be solved tomorrow then. We could activate the emergency shift. I'm not doing this. I would do it on the workshop, honestly. And... or we go for corpse disposal. At this point, I would love it. Let's go for corpse disposal. It will give me a nice discontent ramp up there. So let's wait on the Book of Law. Let's deactivate the overdrive. I can't afford that. The 8 is upon us. It's dark right now. Book of Law we have. And let's go for corpse disposal. This will give me a huge up in discontent. Right. And let's also activate the emergency shift once more. I'm going to keep the engineers offline though for now. People are furious once more. I am confident that we will be able to solve this problem though. Today we'll face 40 degrees negative now. And... oh, we've lost someone. Mother have... Who died? Lack from food. Alright, someone died to starvation. We work again, so food comes in. And it's negative 40 now. Getting cold, getting cold. I wonder why he died. And yeah, most of my people have been fed now. So this is raising hope again a bit. Another promise fulfilled. We have reached the supply depot. Searching the shack, we found plenty of valuable supplies, wood and raw food. Let's move over to the rock formation via Lone Boulder to shorten the training time. 12 hours. Today we'll see the survivors coming in. Another huge boost to us, hopefully. We will need to prepare the tents though. Do I have workforce available? 2 workers we have actually. So let's prepare the tents. And 4 tents it is. Also, we're about to finish the steelworks in 1 hour. Perfect. And let's go ahead and go for Steam Hub right away. We're going to need this now tomorrow or the day after tomorrow after reaching 50 degrees negative. And let's also go ahead and build the steelworks. That's over here then. At my steel supply that we have. Oh, let's activate the extended shifts. We can afford this, I'm confident. Food is coming in, 26. We should actually have a positive supply here right now. Perfect. Though with the new survivors coming in, this will be much closer, of course. More mouths to feed. Coal pile depleted. Where? Down here. So this gathering post will also have nothing to do anymore soon. Might be a bit behind here. Let's build the next workshop then too. Here in the center. Because there's going to be some engineers. And just to be safe, we might also build then a med post. Get us a few more workers in. And I can also build now my snow pit. We're going to build this a bit further outside. The thing with the snow pit, never heat it, right? Those corpses warm up. And it should be where we are never going to have heating. So for now, I'm planning it here. We can move it again though in the future, right? Or we have it further outside here. Though it will need a road connection as far as I know. Out here though, we might not need it. Yeah, let's have it out there. Corpse disposal. Another coal pile depleted. This is risky for us. I think it's here. Yeah, this one is now empty. So we're going to redirect those 9 workers to this gathering post up here. And I won't address this right now. We are getting another huge bump in discontent. At least food is not a problem anymore. We got 60 food rations right now. This one we keep offline for now. Right, so we also don't need that heater. It will be serving us again though in the future. Oh, we have it here. This would also be safe actually. Tricky. Another decision. We probably could build here our Steam Thumper area, because there we have the steelworks as well that I would like to keep running. This would be safe for all. Or we combine it with the sawmill. Either way, either one of these factories will be without heating. Without severe heating. Alright, the next crate's depleted. This gathering post is now out of order. Let's dismantle it and get the wood from the street back. And that's a lot of wood coming in again. Very good. Those workers will have them ready for the steelworks today. Alright, 5 o'clock. Lots of construction open still. The Steam Hub will be finished in 5 hours. They're working through the night. So this will be fine.
Night is coming. Put down your tools.
And we need to get that discontent down today. We could also do it tomorrow. Very good. We have arrived at the Frozen Hulk with my second scout team. This ship used to be part of the Royal Navy. Her armaments were removed, presumably to make room for supplies. There's still plenty of coal left and some steel. 48 steel. A radio station. Let's go for this. Might be some valuables. The survivors are coming in 30 minutes. So now, we don't have all the tents ready yet, but they're about to be finished. There they are. And with that we also get a nice bump here in contentness because we found survivors. Second scout team goes to rock formation now. Right, how's it looking with the food now? Yeah, it's narrow, but it's possible. The surplus we will use then always to stockpile food. Those tents we really need to finish now. And you know what? I'm actually going to hold off on the snow pit for now. We're going to pause it. Let's actually build it up to 72%. Perfect. Steam Hub has been researched. We can go with another law. Organ transplants. We could use the body parts of our deceased to save lives and accelerate healing. This way, the dead can continue contributing to the survival of the city. And this gives me a higher recovery rate for med posts. And this gives me 25% in total, right? So we are now working at 120% efficiency. So 20%, sorry. And that will be glorious. Next up on my research. This is now getting a bit tricky again. I think the coal thumper is safe. We are going to -50. We have a gathering post here still for coal. Coal-wise, we are safe. But of course, we should not be feeling too safe. And that means I want to get the coal thumper industry online soon. We might also... Medical post upgrade we don't need for now. The bunkhouse is then super important, really. But I think coal-wise is my important goal. Yeah. So let's go for the coal thumper. And after that, generator power upgrade. The next workshop is ready. There it is. Extended shift. Let's assign some 5 people to that. And let's have them working at emergency shift. Let's actually put them offline for now. So I'm saving an engineer. So right now we got 30 workers available and 11 engineers and 9 kids. This is perfect for my coal thumper industry up here. But don't forget, we still have that steelworks that we need to staff. -50 soon. By then we need to have a steam hub ready. And that's then here somewhere. Yeah, perfect. With that we can take everything in here as planned. We are full on discontent again, so I might actually face an ultimatum. Activate that workshop. They're going to work now through the night. Coal thumper is about to finish in 9 hours. Unfortunately, a bit late on that too, but it should still be fine. Construction of the steelworks continues and will be finished now. And it is day 9. -40 one more time and probably an ultimatum. And then I'm just going to use the snow pit here. There it is. For this day. So I feel confident that we can actually surcome this. Now, the important goal is building up a coal industry, a permanent coal industry, and also increasing the heat of our homes. Onwards! Frostpunk MEGACITY Extreme Endless. Onwards to the next episode. Stay tuned! Hello everyone and welcome back to Winterbourne in Frostpunk Endless Extreme, and we continue onwards towards the first storm. It's not on the horizon yet, but of course we continue the preparation. Our little settlement is growing nicely right now, 115 people we have, and yeah, we've also secured the food production in the last episode. We have a second scout team roaming the fields, and we have just finished the steelworks that we're also going to staff, of course, with workers right away. We have an ultimatum right now running that I'm confident that we can save today, and after now in about 25% we will be able then also to have the coal thumper ready. Super important as we ramp up now the heat for the generator to level 2 soon, and with that we should have then enough coal ready for action. As always, if you enjoy my content, don't forget to subscribe me on Patreon. I would very much appreciate that, and if you want to follow me live, I also have a Twitch account. You can find the links in the description. Now, I will probably have to assign now more people to the cookhouse. Kids are perfect for this. 4 we have. It's close to the generator, it's warm. Kids are very easy to fall sick, right? And in this case, I want to offer them only the best workplaces. Less than an hour we have for the coal thumper. So let's just wait it out. There it is, coal thumper, very good. Next up on the research, we should decide on that real quickly. I'm actually inclined to go for the generator power upgrade now. I could also go for bunkhouses and save up more coal. This is also once again a decision we could do. Or we go for drafting machine tier 2 technologies. Let's go for the generator power upgrade. We're going to need it for tomorrow. Then we'll have 2 days of -50 degrees. By then I should have it ready. And next up, we can now start with the coal thumper. Yep, let's have it here somewhere beside the steelworks. And then we're also going to have close by 2 gathering posts. And let's make sure that they're close really, right? So here somewhere, I think we can actually then squeeze in 4 here, 5 even. Let's start with those 2. And the cool thing is we can then also heat them during daytime. And we can even add more buffs than to the future in this area. But more on that later. Alright, double rations for kids. In the wake of recent child work accidents, the parents argued that we could give working children double rations to make them stronger and help prevent injuries. And nope. Unfortunately, I will not be able to do this. Let's build the next steam hub. Or... no, let's not do this now. Let's finish construction first. People are on the way. Woman in despair. A woman is sitting in the snow pit holding her dead husband's hand, crying her heart out. Perhaps you should have agreed to give people proper burials. Make an exception and bury him. No, I did what I had to do. Hope will fall a bit. 2 workshops working. That's also great stuff. Speeding up research significantly. And I might actually also give me another medical post. Coal thumper ready. Let's assign some 10 people to that. So the coal thumper is doing nothing other than digging coal from the ground, right? Getting it up there, and it's providing endless amount of coal for workforce though, right? And the gathering post in the surrounding area can then take it. Right now we have a positive coal supply, so I'm just going to have the coal thumper digging up some coal already that we can use then for the digging when it comes to that. What I could do in the meantime, I could actually give me a second sawmill, because we will still need way more wood. Don't underestimate that. During this day, let's actually finish the snow pit for good now. This night. And I might consider now also building me a sawmill then up here. Scouts are close to arriving at their stations. Very important. The gathering posts are ready. Almost. Freezing homes. Captain, people have gathered to protest against the cold in their homes. They're angry that despite the health risks posed by the cold, you seem to be neglecting the problem. I won't address this. I cannot address this. We're getting another bump there in cold. I can give them an overdrive. That will heat some of them. And also that snow pit should do something. There it is. Snow pit has been established. This gives me a nice bump down. And we're also going to build a steam hub for the hothouses and those tents here now. Because we need that for the following day. Otherwise, the hothouses will not work anymore. To get the discontent down further, I might consider actually now also then lowering some of the extended shifts. Now, next up on my list is probably for researching, drafting machines. 75 would we pay for that. And it's going to take me probably quite some time. Alright, that steam hub is about to finish. This should actually reduce discontent enough. Because we're now heating all these homes here. Overdrive is active, so it's really warm. Let's also reduce the shifts just for now. So they don't stay angry that much. There it is. Perfect. Let's actually bump it up again for some of those industries. For the coal thumper, not yet. I mean, we are pretty negative now on the coal, of course, but I'm not intending to keep steam level 2 there active all the time. In fact, we're going to disable it now together with the overdrive. And I'm also going to build me another medical post. Here we would get the heating. Perfect. Radio station. The mast is old. It's so rusty that it's a wonder it didn't collapse. Taking it apart will be difficult, but should yield some usable steel. Woody steel coming in. Barren hollow or windswept snowfields. Let's go for the barren hollow. Yeah, we got a lot of sick people right now. Day 10 it is. Rock formation, there's nothing. But we found a research outpost. This could yield us some valuable stuff. Steam cores, I would think about. Alright, I'm really tempted now to use the coal thumper to the maximum. Let's assign people to that. It's getting cold now, like really cold. The hothouses continue to function though, that's important. And we will need to assign more heaters now. And this is where coal really could become a problem now for us, right? Alright, for now it's fine. The thing is with the heating. The next medical post is ready. Let's assign some 5 engineers to that. So that we can continue with healing. So we have room for 30 people now. Still, productivity is down across the board. And discontent goes up further. Might actually consider dropping it for the steelworks there for the moment. Book of Law. Very good. We got 2 very important options here now. Either we go with the public house and then the moonshine, which will permanently reduce my discontent. We could also finally go now into the purpose tree, and that's the hope area. So here we could take 2 routes. First, security with neighborhood watches, or we're going into Hope, House of Prayer, which will unlock us the shrines and the field kitchens. 2 very important upgrades, and I would like to go with this route here. House of Prayer it is as my first target. We have to promise, however, to build 2 houses of prayer within 4 days, and unfortunately they are quite expensive, so that's a downside to this early on. Also, we can see the first storm on the horizon. In about 4 days, the temperatures will drop by 3 levels, and most buildings will cease to function by then. How long the storm is, we cannot tell at the moment. And I won't address long hours of toil right now. This is a big problem there, unfortunately, these long hours of toil, right? I might address it for the gathering post since we're full anyway on coal. And the cookhouse too. We don't really need it on the cookhouse. For this night, since we're full with coal anyway, let's activate steam level 2 to get the heating up. This will lead to chilly temperatures. And with an overdrive, I'm confident that we can raise it even further. Yeah, coal we're full. So really, we're consuming now coal though, so I keep it. And as you can see, it's getting a bit tricky now with negative 50. Discontent is a problem. And my workshop is a problem. I will actually have to activate it for one of my other workshops there. Crafting machines, there it is. Super important. Tier 2 technologies available to us now. So by now, the most important thing is heating, for sure, as we prepare for the first storm, and also my coal. Now, coal will be fine as we progress. I would probably like to look for gathering post insulation. We could also improve our steel output, or I could start with the bunkhouses. All of this is very important. Improved heaters, I consider one of the most important ones right now. So let's go for this. It'll take me 12 hours of research, so we should be able to finish it tomorrow. Yeah, we will, of course. We will need to have them ready. Okay, we can activate the overdrive now for this night. There it is, reducing discontent quite a bit. And with that, we'll be able to fall below the threshold there for sure. For the coal thumper. And also for the cookhouse once again. Very good. It's also livable in all these tents now. That should hopefully reduce my sickness rate, which is crazy at this point. So we have a lot of sick people, 33 right now. And this night will be no different. At least the fighting arenas do a bit of a job there. No one needs to starve right now. That's also good for us. Now let's just work it through the night. As you can see, lots of movement there on the sickness scale. Well, 40 sick. It's too much. We have a nice healing rate though right now because of all the boosts. We have arrived at the research outpost. The people who worked here were explorers. They paved the way north for the rest of us. They must have left in a hurry, perhaps to reunite with their families before the great winter took hold. And 2 steam cores. Perfect. Nothing else to explore here, so I will probably go home now with them. In 1 day they arrive, so before the storm. We should also then hurry and send the other scouts back home then soon, because the storm will swallow them otherwise. Alright, next day it is. Going to deactivate the overdrive for now. Sickness rate is my biggest problem right now. And it's dragging down my whole economy at this point. So we need to get this in order. During the day, let's reduce it to steam level 1 again. Scouts have arrived at the Barren Hollow. Unfortunately, there's nothing. There is then the supply trailer and the Icefall mine. Let's go for the supply trailer and from here then back home to Winterbourne. 1 day and 11 hours? This will not be enough. Nope, we need to send them back now. It's good because they also have some resources on board. 87 steel and the other one has 104 wood on board. So there's lots of raw materials coming in as well with the scouts. Right, come on. Heal the sick. Super important. Improved heaters. 5 hours. And I'm also going to put the extended shift on both workshops again. It's very tempting right now to use another emergency shift. We probably will be able to bypass that, right? So I'm probably going to keep them working through the night again. This will trigger another ultimatum, but it should be fine. And there it is, improved heaters. So they're not only consuming more coal now, but they're also upping the temperature for all the works here by 2. And this will have a drastic impact then on my workers' health, which is super important at this point. Next up, we might go for the generator efficiency. We consume less coal. We might also go for bunkhouses. Now or later? Gathering post insulation. Let's have this one first. That's super important because it gives me another level of gathering post, so we can have them keeping running through the night and through the storm, which is probably something I will have to do. Bunkhouses, we still have time, especially with the emergency shift in mind. All right, let's activate steam level 2 again for the night. And let's also activate the emergency shift. Once again, we get the ultimatum as expected. Let's activate the overdrive. Nope, let's not do this. The next book of law. I'm going with shrines. Super nice. Shrines will allow me to boost my workforce efficiency even further. And I would like to actually get them going right away. And we can actually also use, as you can see here now, 2 med posts and the workshops with 1 shrine. This will boost their overall productivity, I think by 20% it was. And we can do the same thing then here for my coal area, of course. And then we have another one for the hothouses and that medical post that we have here too. So 3 shrines coming up now, boosting my economy a bit. We have the promise of building 3 shrines actually, and we also still have the promise to build 2 houses of prayer. Plus we need to upgrade to bunkhouses, so that wood is going nowhere soon. So let's actually also put the extended shift on the sawmill, as we really, really need that. Overdrive a bit, just for now, to keep sickness down. Not that it really helps that much. Shrines have been built. And with that, we are looking at 100, yeah, it was 20%, 140% efficiency on the medical posts. Very good. Improving my recovery rates significantly. Also on the shrines and also on my coal. And of course also on my research. Where we're working then with, well, let's wait for it to be active, 120% efficiency. The next day, let's reduce steam level to 1. Temperature goes up, and the storm is on the horizon. We don't see it yet, it's forming right now. And soon it'll swallow Winterbourne. The next sawmill is ready. We don't have really the workforce for that, nor can I spare any more people. We have prepared it for the area after the storm. Oh, this gathering post here is empty now. Let's dismantle it. And probably put those people then on the coal. So here we have now 2 gathering posts working. Together with a shrine. Barely enough. So I will need to build another gathering post. Gathering post insulation is now coming online. And judging by the forecast, the weather will only get worse as storms threaten to cut off our city from necessary resources. On the other hand, storms can uncover new places. Gathering post insulation, very good. It's way warmer now in these cases, and I don't need the heater for now, which is going to save me some coal. Next up on the list, it's the bunkhouses. Upgrading those tents is super important, that we do this before the storm. Food-wise will be fine. Coal-wise, I'm not so sure right now. Yeah, deactivating some heaters gives me back some coal. The storm will last 2 days. These are going to be some very tough days. And we consume about, I would say, 700, 800 coal when the storm hits, right? So we need to keep at least 900 coal until then. Otherwise, we might be running into a big problem there. We'll just see. 16 stick only, so this is improving right now. The next gathering post is ready. Let's assign everyone that I still have into this and put them on extended shifts. We need that coal. With that, we have 800 per day right now coming in. Also, I will need to build those houses of prayer. Two of them, leaving me with no wood, but we get 100 wood in soon. And let's also have this one working on extended for now, yeah. The next law, very important one, build kitchens. With that we can raise the level of heating in the surrounding area by 1. That is a super important tack and very good for the storm. Probably going to use it then here for my gathering posts. Because we need to keep that coal industry running through the storm, no matter what. Cold homes, I cannot address this right now, I'm sorry. It's, discontent-wise, we need to actually do it now, I think. Let's raise the heat levels. And then also reduce the extended shifts once more. There you go. And with that, no ultimatum for now. At least for the coal industry, we need to keep it up. Though for the steel and for the wood, I'm going to keep normal shifts for now. Because we want to keep people a bit happy there. House of Prayer number 1. And the first scouts have returned with 87 steel on board. Plus also we can disband them for another 40 wood. The first scout, very good. It's going to help us out. I'm super tempted right now to go for another emergency shift. We're not doing this though. House of Prayer, we have a special action here. A short sermon will be delivered in places of worship. And with that we can raise hope a bit. We are down to 3 sick people only for this night. Perfect. Very good for the storm. Let's deactivate the overdrive. And the houses of prayer have been built. Another promise fulfilled. It's going to be a very busy day now. It's the last day before the storm. The second scout team comes in with wood, steam cores, raw food and coal. We can also disband them for another 40 wood. Right? So that's plenty of materials now that we have. Also, we got 10 more workforce available now that I can use on my gathering posts for that coal that we have out of it. Yeah. Right, 3 medical posts. I might consider building a 4th one. What I'm definitely going to do is I'm going to build that field kitchen. Yep. With that we can get all these buildings in, heating them. Super important. Outside, it looks a bit more dangerous now. The storm is closing in, as we can see. Everything else that we have not uncovered so far is being lost. That supply trailer would have been amazing, I'm pretty sure. Usually it has some steam cores. We have 3 steam cores, that's okay. Alright, it's that last day before the first storm. The sun is going up. I'm going to reduce steam level to 1 again. Just for now. Yeah. Might be looking at another ultimatum. Bunkhouse has been finished. One more research we can do before the storm hits. What is it? I might be looking at the generator efficiency upgrade here. We could also go into medical post and then healthcare insulation. That's something. Let's do this. We need that, actually. We need to finish it today. I need that insulation for the medical posts. Otherwise, they will not work anymore. And we can start with the upgrades. We should do this ASAP. Let's start with the first 4 here. Right. And I hope I have enough workforce. Another ultimatum that we need to clear today. Otherwise, the game is over. And do we have the workforce? Yeah, we have 8 workers available. They will build those houses now.
Work time. Get moving.
This is all very tight right now. Preparations are on the way. The field kitchen is ready. So we can use this one then for the storm. So people will have it proper warm in here. That's the important thing. And the first bunkhouses are ready. These are looking like proper homes now. Not the tents anymore. But actually some walls. And some proper heating. So far so good. The last day before the storm is coming to an end. And we continue onwards in the next episode. And hopefully survive that storm. Winterbourne must prevail. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone. Hello and welcome back to Frostpunk once more. It is the day. It is the time. It is the day before the slaughter. The storm is happening tomorrow. And for the last time we have negative 40 degrees warm it is. How good of you to join and still stick around. And in this case here we still have a few things to prepare today before that big event happens, and that is of course building our bunkhouses. For this I'm actually going to now reduce my research output a bit. So we're going to reduce it on the engineers there a bit, and I'm also going to reduce it a bit on my medical post. As we can see, we have enough medical tents right now, so I'm actually just going to put 1 offline for the moment. And with that we have 7 engineers available that will build me those bunkhouses now. Food wise we will be absolutely fine, right? So we consume food at 130, 115 per day, so we can actually survive like 4 days with that. And we also have enough coal as it seems right now, though we're still working on steam level 1. This is something that will also change now. Unfortunately, I was not able to really stockpile more coal. It would have been perfect, of course. One thing I need to do is we have this tent here, and this is a bit of a mistake on my part, that is outside of a steam hub, right? So what we can do here is after the storm, I'm going to move a few things around, but for now there's not that much more I can do, unfortunately, here. just by that it's not working. So let's just check it out. I can actually remove this road here, right? And we should be able then, yeah, as you can see, not possible, unfortunately. For some strange reasons, we do not have that in. So unfortunately, that's not something I can do. What can we do though is I will need a steam hub anyway up here for my coal industry that we'll need to keep running through every storm, right? So let's build us a steam hub here. And with that, I can actually go ahead and have another bunkhouse here. And this is getting heated then by the steam hub. And this is just a temporary bunkhouse because of my stupid mistakes that we have. And with that, people don't have to live in this tent anymore because they will certainly get extremely sick out of that. And later on, once we expand the city with another steam hub here, we will then be able to relocate those guys as well. Next up on the list, we have another law coming in. Do we already have... No, we don't have the public house now because that is my next goal. So let's build those houses here real quick. Medical post upgrade, that's super nice. That's another 10% efficiency for the med post. Very, very good. And as my next research, we are probably... I mean, there is the infirmary now in sight, right? And this is the most powerful healing building that you can have. It's just beautiful. For this storm, we're not going to use it though, as I don't think it's going to be there on time anyway. So that's not something. What we can do, however, is go with the lighter scout sleds. So this will actually make them the scouts faster once we're getting out of the storm. So I would already like to look beyond the storm that we have here, right? And with that, we have a few upgrades that we can do. So the steam steelworks would be one of my next targets here. I can also just really quickly think about the general efficiency upgrade. Let's do this now, and then we're starting on the advanced industry, right? For the infirmary, it's definitely too late because it's not going to be finished tomorrow. So with an emergency shift, we could probably finish it at some point, but this we cannot allow right now because of the discontent that we have. And in this case, it's not going to work for this storm anymore. We got 3 mat posts with 160% efficiency. That'll just have to do. Next up is these bunkhouses. Really, people finish that. We don't want anyone out there in the night, right? And there's also now the steam hub here. For now, let's just activate it for daytime, right? Once this bunkhouse has been finished, these people will probably then also need some heating during the storm. That's something in addition. Right now they have a chilly though. That's still better than the cold temperature in this tent here that we can also now delete, right? So let's get rid of that. Alright, there's the coming, and let's also activate the overdrive just so that we get the discontent down there again. Perfect. And with that, we're not going into the storm with an ultimatum there. That is something you really cannot afford. Let's put the engineers back to work in the medical post, because there's going to be more sick again, right? And we have a very good healing rating. The infirmary, of course, is still better, but it's not that much better anymore. And in this case, that'll should do the trick. Now, it is 3 o'clock. It's on. And with that, the storm is closing in into Winterbourne, and there's not that much more we can do right now. We are going to turn off the sawmill, right? This is not going to be something that I want to heat, nor can I heat it during the storm. We're going to turn off the hothouses. They will also not work, and we rather turn them off because that the workers will not even go to the building then, and that is super important for us. And we're probably also going to turn off the steelworks here then. I'm just going to see how it looks then on my charts there. This content is super high right now. This will now intensify during the storm. So there is 6 o'clock in the morning, only 26, that's great. So we're going to heal a lot of them. And let's use my resources to build more bunkhouses, right? We want to heal as many of these as possible. Book of Law, we can go for the next one. In this case here, yep, it's the public house for me now. Reducing discontent with something like that is super important. I could have it up here then. We could also have it here. The public house doesn't really need heating right now, so it's fine. Might actually just squeeze it in here behind the... Nah, that's not looking good. Let's actually have it here by the cookhouse. I think that's much better. And... there it is. The first storm is upon us. Temperatures of -70. And survive the first storm. That's my goal now. We also still have the promise here, build that field kitchen. So let's go ahead and do this. The only question is, where should we build a field kitchen? where I need some heating most likely. And I'm probably going to have it then, yeah, out here by the sawmill, because we're definitely going to have a second sawmill here, right? So let's just add it somewhere over there. So I can get another sawmill in then as well. Now, the mat posts. Oh, yeah, we need to raise the steam level now, of course, to level 2. Increase the heating. Cookhouse also does not need to work right now.
Get to work.
And it is really cold now.
There's plenty to do.
With steam level 2, the mat posts are working again, right? And also over there, people at least have it cold in their houses. And in the night, we're going to raise temperature, of course. There's also the field kitchen number 1 now that we can activate. So this will add another level of heating now to the surrounding area, and we'll just see how that turns out. Once people are in, they're still building something. People are furious, so that's not good. That's 9 o'clock. And it's going to last 2 days, right? So tomorrow and then the day after tomorrow, this will be very close with my temperature increase, unfortunately. Not that much we can do there right now. Let's build a few more bunkhouses. The last 3, and that's just on the ladder, right, out of steel. And with that, everybody should have then a bunkhouse for this night. Yeah, they're all in treatment. They're all in treatment, right? So no one there is actually heating my gathering posts now. That's not good. We also need to activate, of course, the heaters in the gathering posts. Right, and as you can see, at least that leads to livable conditions in the gathering post, thanks to also having the upgrade. Super important because we got kids in the gathering post working. Food quality, I will not address this right now. You're really -70 and you're talking about food quality. That's not something, it's not a good timing on that. And we also get the first amputees, right? So people with a frost limb or something. So there's the next bunkhouse is finished. Steelworks also have it not so bad. And research on the power efficiency upgrade. There you go. We consume now 10% less coal, right? Leads to a total consumption of only 760. We're capped on coal, so this will also not be a problem. Next up, we probably go for the steam steelworks. So I would like to work now on some better tech here for my new industry that we need after the storm. The next bunkhouse. And then we have this bunkhouse. It's the first night.
Gather your tools. The shift is ending.
Everything here is looking rather well right now with my coal production. And I'm also going to keep now the steam hub online for the night. For one bunkhouse, it's a waste. Really, it is a waste, but we can afford it, right? Even with that, we have a positive supply. It's a mistake on my part, but here we can actually have something to fiddle around with still. Let's activate overdrive. This will lead to chilly temperatures now in the bunkhouses, so that's fine, right? So that should not increase the sickness too much. It's also prayer time right now. People go to the prayer house. Build me please that bunkhouse here. Thank you very much. So everybody has a home now. A new law, and this is super important, the moonshine. And the moonshine, every meal slightly lowers discontent, and eating soup causes less discontent. So this will overall reduce the amount of discontent that we have in Winterbourne. Let's go ahead and activate this one. Super important. A bit of alcohol doesn't hurt. Let's also activate the sermon to increase hope levels there a bit. And we're going into the first night of the storm. Sickness is climbing, of course, as expected. And we're also running out of coal now with that rate that we're burning it right now, but that's of course also to be expected. We have now more sick than we have medical posts, but I think my rating is rather fine on the healing, so shouldn't be too much of a problem there. Next day, let's deactivate the overdrive.
Get back to work.
Next field kitchen. With that, we have the promise fulfilled. That was important. I'm going to turn off the field kitchen again. We don't need it for now. And another day here at the coal mines as well. Bumping up my coal, hopefully, right? So I could still increase the working conditions on some of them, right? No, actually not. This one I will need to. And look at the steelworks. It's livable in there too. Thanks to the field kitchen now working, it's really warm. And I think theoretically I don't even need to have the heater online for the gathering post right now. I'm still going to keep the sickness as low as possible. Public house. Let's assign 2 people to that. And with that, we have also another promise fulfilled, raising hope a bit, and also having our public house where people can actually reduce the discontent. It all helps. A lot of people are about to be healed then again, hopefully. Steam still works, super important. Next up, we're going for the lighter scout sleds. Ooh, I don't have the wood. Can we get that wood somewhere? That's the question. No, I don't think so. I think there will be just no research now. Well, I can actually go for the sawmill, right? 20 steel we still have. Let's go ahead and do this. Drunken meltdown. A drunken man is having a meltdown in front of the cookhouse. He's screaming that people are ill, cold, homeless, and scared. No one is homeless, but instead of help, they get booze with their meals. Escort him home. We lose a bit of hope. That I can afford. Yeah, discontent. 18 hours left. And then the game is over if I don't get this one down. That's tomorrow, so I'm hoping with the temperature drop, we get the right amount of discontent. Alright, we're going into the second night of the storm. Sickness is really going down now, thanks to all the people being finally treated. There's going to be more again, of course. Let's activate the overdrive once more. Right, and with that, we can bump it up there again once more, the steam levels. So that it's at least chilly in those houses. And it is cold, ladies and gents. Negative 70 degrees. And we're still alive at the moment. It's not looking so bad. We got 2 amputees. And we lost, I think, 1 person so far. That is then out there. We can see it here. Yeah, body count is 1. In the snow pit. Alright, sickness is climbing again. Up to 30. And it's 5 o'clock. 2 more hours of the storm. Discontent promise in 3 hours. This will hurt us. And there it is. The first storm has been survived. And with that, negative 40 again. The storm has been survived. Let's actually deactivate the overdrive. Discontent should actually take a massive drop there now. Very good. That looks very good. Animal migration. The worsening weather has caused the game animals to seek shelter in new places. Until the hunters can find a new habitat in which to hunt, they will be bringing in 90% less food. This is the hazards that we have activated. It's for animal migration. Lucky us, we don't have anyone on hunting, right? So it doesn't really affect us that much. If at all. That's it. So also really quickly, 1 hour we have still left. Let's deactivate the extended shifts. Poof, and with that, discontent promise has also been fulfilled. Very good, and we are back to normal. I can actually also turn it down on the steam level now because we have very good homes there now. And let's also reactivate the hothouses, right? Let's also reactivate the sawmill. People can finally also chop some wood again for us. We need that. We need that urgently because we do need wood, of course, for my scouts. And I'm also going to redirect some people here from the gathering post to this sawmill up here. That is also going to work overtime for us now. Super important. Coal-wise, we should still be fine, but we'll just see how it turns out. A new settlement has been spotted. Our scouts report the discovery of another settlement. We should send them there. And that's another thing. Settlements have been activated now. Hot Springs it is as the first one. These are camps that we can do relations with, right? And we'll just see how we actually go about this. Alright. Ah yeah, by the way, it's looking so clean again outside, right? 3 points of interest we have that we can actually go for, and then the hot springs as well. We'll just see if we actually do them now after the storm, by the way. Now, super important, let's activate extended shift on Coal Thumper again. We need more coal. And the steam sawmill is also coming along. So my goal right now is bump it up on my healthcare. So we want the infirmaries, and bump it up on my industry for the steam sawmill and steam steelworks. Coal should be fine for the moment. Let's activate the cookhouse again, so that we can make some new soup before people go hungry. And we already get the first temperature drop again in 2 days, right? So this is -50 then. And it's probably permanent at this level, but we'll just see. Also, this steam hub here I can now put to the work mode only. So only during daytime is actually on, so that we continue saving some coal on that as well. And yeah, we have survived the first storm. I'm super happy about this. Winterbourne prevails for now. Steam sawmill has been researched. With that, next up on my list is the lighter scout sleds. This boosts the speed of scouts by 50%, which is massive. Super important that we go about this. And now I need to save up on wood for my scouts, right? So we don't have that much wood right now. We need 40 per scout team. So that's where both of the sawmills are working now. The next book of law would be probably the House of Pleasure. So our hardworking people deserve all the relief we can provide, and some of them yearn for the pleasures of the flesh. This one enables prostitutes in the public houses, further lowering discontent. However, also hope will fall with that. But since we are rather well off on the hope, I can actually go ahead and do this, right? We went the hope route, so I can always boost my hope again with my houses. And I will not address the long hours of toil right now. This once again increases discontent. So the bonus we got out of the prostitution is gone again right away. Alright, next up. So sickness is going down now, as we can see. That's fine. And productivity is still a bit low on most of my things, right? Especially also my coal gathering here. By the way, we don't need this one. I can fully staff this gathering post, right? So 2 gathering posts should actually be fine. The problem is the coal thumper is not working at 100% efficiency yet because of the sickness, leading to reduced amount of coal that we have. I also theoretically don't need the heaters here at all, honestly, because we do have the field kitchen working as well, right? And the field kitchen is totally fine on this end because it provides that 1 level of heat in addition. We have 70 wood, and with that I can actually go with the first scout team. I just need 5 workers. Where do we get 5 workers again? Yeah, it's probably from the wood production. We have a lot of wood production now. There you go. The first scout team on its way now. Let's make the small cairn. Let's just start out here. And we'll just see where it goes from here. We will be able to explore way more than before, because those scouts will be super fast now, and also 2 scouts right away from the beginning. Alright, this day is over, and as we can see, we got livable conditions in the bank courses. I don't even need to raise the overdrive, nor do I need to have steam level 2 activated. This is all fine, and we got 0 sick people right now. That's also amazing, of course. A few hungry mouths right now. Probably need to have a few more in the cookhouse there tomorrow then. Alright, we can definitely turn off 1 medical post for now. 2 should be fine. And we could actually go for the 3rd steam workshop now as well. The 3rd workshop. Because we do have actually the workforce for that. But we'll just see. German, there it is. A bit of a hope booster. Some people get sick again. But that's okay. And next day it is. We have enough wood now, so I can actually go for the 2nd scout team now. I just need to find some workers for that. It's tough. We do have 5 engineers though. We can, yeah, let's put the 5 engineers into the hothouse for now. The hothouse, by the way, also will need to work extended shifts again. And those 5 workers can now be the scout, team number 2, and they're going for the frozen excavation. And today, those scouts will also receive their massive boost. Coal-wise, we're now fine, and we're starting to stockpile coal. I should then also build me a resource depot once we have enough wood there in again. And there it is. 50% faster scouts now. That's going to be great for the future. Next up, I might actually go for the steam coal thumper now. Or we can also go for the infirmary. Both of them are needed. Oh, look at that. We're actually going to negative 70 degrees now, short-term wise. 50 and then 2 drops to 70. For this we'll need to prepare. So I still need more wood. Way more wood than we have right now. But I don't have the workforce for that. A few more survivors would be nice at this point. So let's go ahead for the steam coal thumper. This will increase the coal that comes out of one thumper, and we can bump it up to 4 gathering posts then in the surrounding area. That's super important to continue boosting that output here, right? Because then we can have 3 gathering posts fully working. Right now that's not the case. Okay, the food is in again as well, so people can eat something. Still not enough wood really. 9 per hour right now. Also because this one is not fully staffed. But then again, I don't have the workforce to dedicate that. I mean, a bit of food we can actually spare, I think. If I get rid of 1 here and 2 engineers here, then we can assign a few more to the sawmill there and bump it up. Right? But that's about it. It's the next night. I'm actually tempted to use the emergency shift on the workshop. That's a tricky one. We still need a bit more research. Let's actually go ahead and build me that workshop. That's actually something we could have over here now, right? Squeeze it in. And is it still possible for me then to also use a gathering post here? Yes, it would still also be within a steam hub. Alright, so that's 2 very important things. I could have that here to speed up my research there. But without more survivors, this is actually useless. So let's just not do it and rather use the discontent emergency shift on one of my workshops. A new law can be signed. We are, I think, at this point really done with adaptation. So there's nothing else here anymore that we should be going for at this point. So we could focus solely now on the purpose. Evening prayers it is. That's just another special action we can do if we have some 20 food rations left to spare to get us another nice hope boost in. We don't even have that at the moment. That's not something I can do, even though food should be going up. Alright, so far so good. Day 18 it is. A temperature drop comes in, a permanent one, so I don't think we're going to 40 again. And in this case here, we continue onwards then in the next episode. The time to the second storm, which is also really brutal. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, and welcome back to Frostpunk once more. Endless extreme megacity that we want to build here, and we are at day 18 now. A temperature drop is coming in of level 1, so we are going to negative 50 now. This will lead to chilly temperatures then in the bunkhouses, so we will need to ramp up heating. Other than that, we should still be fine for this drop, right? Things should still work as intended. Now, my 2 scouts have arrived, the first one at the small cairn. It turns out that the cairn is both a grave and cache. We firmly believe that the supplies were left for whomever finds themselves in need and not for the explorer's journey in the afterlife. We took them and reassembled the cairn. Now with that we get some coal and 11 raw food. And we can continue onwards to this stone ship, a standout point over there. The other scout has arrived at the frozen excavation. There is unfortunately nothing over there of interest. We unlock, however, the abandoned wreck and the damaged snowcat. Both of them sound promising. And let's go for the abandoned wreck first. It's closer, and then to the damaged snowcat afterwards. In the game itself, or in the city itself, we have just finished the steam coal thumper. That's another nice boost here to my coal then. So once the workforce comes in, we have more coal than ever now available. We are about to research now the infirmary. And after that, I would like to go for tier 3 mechanical calculators. For that, we need to stockpile 100 wood though. So I hope that we can achieve this today. And yeah, also, there it is, temperature drop. And with that, we'll actually need to activate now the heating in the hothouses, so they still function, right? And out here, how's it looking? Should we need the heaters? In the coal thumper for sure. In the steelworks as well. For the gathering post, it's chilly. That's fine for me right now. So we don't need to do this yet and save the coal. And with that, we should still have a positive coal surplus there. Yes, we have. But it's getting a bit tight there, right? So, especially the two levels that we see there, this is going to be a bit severe, right? So for that, we need to prepare a bit more. Alright, that's working. A new day is dawning. We have the extended shift now on the gathering posts again. We have the extended shifts on the sawmill that is working. And on the steelworks, I would also like to put on extended shifts now. Cookhouse is fine without it, right? Because we should be able to get all the raw food cooked. And sickways, it's also fine. It's so fine actually that we can relocate some of those engineers. And probably for the sawmill, so that we bump up our wood, because don't forget we do need that 100 wood today. Just overall, we are on our way now to the second storm. We don't see this one yet. It's going to be a bit more severe, I think, than the first one. And in that case, we need to get a few more techs on the way, the third tech workshop, and definitely we need to find survivors. So this is one of those things as well that we definitely need to look out for out there in the wilderness now. Also, since coal is pumping up, we should actually go for a resource depot, right? It's just super important. And let's start. Let's have the resource depots here by my snow pit as well. So this is an area that we don't need to heat and we don't need to go there constantly. So it's safe for me to actually build one of these then here by the snow pit. Bar outside. An area that we don't need to worry about then afterwards. Long hours of toil, I won't address this, and good day. Discontent goes up and up and up like nothing else. We can do some evening prayers, reducing discontent and increasing hope for some 20 food rations. And there's also now the infirmary coming. There it is. The most important and the most powerful healing building there is in this game. And with that, just on time, we have the 100 wood. Let's go for mechanical calculators. This is going to take a while. 12 hours, and with that we'll unlock a whole row of new tech. Cold homes, I cannot address this right now. You should never do this. It's way too risky, and I'm taking the hit here, right? Basically. We're still working on steam level 1 just fine, right? So we get chilly temperatures in the bunkhouses. Other than that, it's okay. The stone ship unfortunately reveals nothing. And just a new point of interest, cracked ice and an empty cave. It's not looking good out here. Yeah, let's go for cracked ice, but I have not a good feeling about this area. But we are really far out there now, so we probably just stick to it. Capped on the coal. Not much more we can do on this part, so I really need that resource depot. And to work a bit on discontent, I could get the overdrive working just for tonight. There you go. So it's really comfortable warm in there now. And with that, we could go for the emergency shift. I'm hesitant now to use it because it's not that easy anymore for us to work on discontent, right? It's just, there's not that much more in that I could do to really reduce it. And yeah, overtime work it is as well. So let's not do the emergency shift. I don't think it's necessary. Abandoned rack, this looks good. We found plenty of steel and coal in and around the rack, like someone was trying to move the supplies. Some coal, wood, and steel. Still no survivors. Go for the damaged snowcat. Sounds promising. I need survivors. We need another group of people. There it is, also my resource depot, and we can put coal in. And this gives me 900 more storage on coal, doubling essentially our stockpile on this. Super important for the next storm then as well. Day 19. In this case, we have 2 more days with -50, so it's really warm. And we can just keep everything going. Sick rate is fine. And we are really healing those guys quickly. Oh, and we should deactivate the overdrive. Yeah, next point of interest. You can see it's really quickly right now, thanks to the scout sleds. Cracked ice was nothing. Scattered sleds and the yellow flag. We're really far outside here, by the way. So, I don't know. Let's go for scattered sleds. It's close, and then we probably go for the yellow flag. I think these are the last points out there that we have for now. Mechanical calculators, that's happening today, and we have then enough wood and steel for the next research then already. Ghosts on the horizon. Captain, the beacon lookouts have reported an extraordinary sighting. A Victoria-class dreadnought wreck has been spotted on the horizon. These advanced vehicles were used for the most important tasks. The news fills our people with nostalgia. We might find some heirlooms from our past in this hulk, says one of the scouts. A worker adds, we should gather them so that our children remember who we were once and who we might yet become. The wreck has been marked on the map. We should hurry to reach it before the next blizzard covers it forever. And this basically gives me the relics now. So over here we have the buried dreadnoughts. These give me, yeah, some nice story bits that we can find of the past, of what happens here actually, why the storm is happening, what happens to society, and why these generators are there. It's really interesting, and we are trying to get as many as possible. Another law, in this case, yeah, not that important anymore. We got the temple, a really powerful building, also very expensive, right, for more race hoping and discontent falling. And we can also go for the faith keepers. This actually is then really radical, right? So we can go the radical route. We can also go the more moderate route. I haven't decided yet. Let's just wait on that. It's not important to go for this at the moment. Mechanical calculators, there it is. And with that, holy cow, we got really important stuff right now. One of them is the efficient gathering. The gathering posts work even faster. Another 15% bump for this. This is super important as we have our whole coal economy based on that, right? Industrial hothouse is another very good one because it boosts my food production. And then of course generator power upgrade number 2, so we can raise the heat level once more. This all really comes together there. So let's start with the efficient gathering for that wood. Also today what I would like to do, I would really like to bump it up on my wood and steel production now. And once the day is over, we can start on the upgrades, right? So there's going to be some very important upgrades now that we need to do, and we should be doing. Workday is over. Let's actually start with that. And as you can see, steam sawmill, and this is actually a third more, so 30% more income out of one of these. Let's have one here. And I hope I can still, go for the steam steelworks as well. And this is actually almost twice as much output. So we just upgrade those now. The workers, they're built that right away. We should be fine. United by faith, sir, we're holding an evening of prayer this afternoon. Plenty of people are here. They're praying, but also talking and laughing. I haven't seen anything this heartening in our city for a long time. It's really brought the community together. Let's also have a sermon to celebrate. Alright, so those two are being upgraded, so tomorrow we'll have way more steel and wood coming in. Super important. This content is really low, so let's, you know what, let's actually go ahead and get that work shift going, right? So let's actually bump it up to a full next shift, and yeah, really, we should probably go for that next workshop. Alright, my scouts also get to their new locations. Scattered slats, steam cores. This expedition was attacked by polar bears. Judging from the damage to the slats, most of the bodies are dismembered. Bones bear deep bite marks and signs of chewing. Luckily for us, the animals were not interested in the steam cores carried on the slats. 2 steam cores, super important for infirmaries, hothouses. Yellow flag is next. So this scout team there is carrying quite a bit now. And next up we have them. There they are. Damaged snowcat. We found some supplies. It's a bit of steel. I was hoping for a bit more. Empty snow hut. Super close to that. Let's go for it. Where are survivors? Are we really that unlucky right now? I don't believe it. Usually we find some very early. Alright, the next day is dawning. Are we also really that bad on food? It seems like it. Efficient gathering. 15% faster speed now on the gathering posts. That will bump it up on my coal quite nicely, so we can stockpile even more. Next up on my list for research, probably the generator power upgrade. We could also go for a heater efficiency, but we are getting a 2-level drop there. Heater efficiency upgrade it is most likely, further reducing our coal rates. Have we upgraded? Yes, we have upgraded. So there's 6 tons of 6 steel now coming in per hour, and there we have 7 wood, and it's not even full efficiency yet. So this is all very nice on these markers there. And yeah, let's go ahead with the heater efficiency most likely. Cooker's insulation is also nice. Do we already have the heater activated there? Yeah, we have. I might need that insulation. For houses, it's a bit too early, right? So we can still have some room here to fiddle around with. Yeah, so let's have the heater efficiency upgrade. That's actually pretty important, because soon we're going to need now to keep those heaters running all the time, and this further increases then my my supply there. Yeah. I mean, also we get another heat level here, right? With the steam sawmill, so it's livable there. We should probably do the same thing for this one too. If I have enough steel by then. That would be amazing. Ah, discontent. And the infirmary was how much? Another 20 steel. I need more steel. Not having enough right now. Next point of interest. Empty snow hut. There's nothing. This is getting super unlucky. Cliffside path. This also sounds empty. What is this? Usually there should be survivors close by. Yeah, let's go for the cliffside path. I have my doubts. Day is over. Let's go for the next steam sawmill. I'm missing the steel. There it is. So we would have enough steel now. Steam sawmill it is. Number 2. We go for this upgrade right away. Just on time for the temperature drop. That additional steam level is going to be super nice for us. Yellow flag. No survivors. Resources is fine. That's the end of the line here. So we could go for the empty cave now via small cairn. Where are those survivors? It's getting a bit nasty now, right? Negative 70. So this is the storm level that we already had. Very good. That overdrive did an amazing job there. And there it's going to hit us. Nothing we can do about this. Negative 70. I will need to permanently ramp it up now to steam level 2 on the generator. With that, the economy keeps going. But it's cold now, so we will have to use the overdrive every night at the moment. Cliffside path, nothing but some supplies. And that's the end of the line here too. Holy cow. Let's go for Rockgate. There's also now the heater efficiency upgrade coming in, just on time, further reducing our coal consumption. We have some 27 steel again. This would give me the generator power upgrade. Or we go with the houses to further boost the... I mean, we get a temperature increase again to 60, so this will be fine on the houses. We still need houses now though. Healthcare insulation, we don't really need this. Hothouse insulation, we also really don't need this right now. Overdrive coupling is nice. Might actually go for overdrive coupling. Since we're full on wood, I can readjust to gathering posts. And we should also then, in this case, while we're here, also upgrade then the steam coal thumper. I'm doing this evening. And this will then double the output of the coal thumper, so that 3 gathering posts can fully work here. Yeah, it's cold even with the upgrade here now. This one we can turn off, so we don't consume that heating. Cookhouse is fine, food is fine. The hothouses, yeah, it's chilly in there, but it's okay. I can have another evening prayer.
Finish your labors.
There's the evening now, and let's activate the Steam Cold Thumper level 2. So we can build here now, so this is going to be a nice bump. Come on. Yellow flag it is. Give me something. Let's also activate the overdrive for this night, so people have it at least chilly. Small cairn to the empty cave. Oh, yeah, and we actually need to keep the 24-hour shift here working. Otherwise, those people will be freezing. And there's another 2 things that we can do now tomorrow, and that is build the infirmary finally. That would be my main goal here. By the way, we should also get some engineers into that medical tent. Next day, let's deactivate the driving again. There's the next storm coming. Yeah. It's on the horizon and we haven't found survivors. This is the worst case that can happen, really. I don't know if we can survive the second storm without survivors. Back to normal. The temperature oh, the hazard is gone. Overdrive decoupling. There it is. That's important. And I think next on the line would be the houses now. Yeah. Go for houses. We probably will have to do an emergency shift on the steel works there. Don't laugh. But I need more steel. The next steel deposit is over here? No, over here. So that's really far away. I mean, we have the wood, but I don't have the workforce. As always, workforce is the main problem right now. Especially on my coal. Alright. For this day, we're going to do something. I'm going to wait still to heal as many as possible, but we need to build that infirmary. Absolutely. Both scouts arrived. Empty cave, there's nothing. Empty as the name says. Broken tree and lonely light. There's a light. This might have a good chance. And Rocky Gate, nothing. Except the snow huts over there. Let's go for them. I don't care about relics at this point, right? We need survivors. I really don't care about relics. We can always get them later. No problem on that. Emergency shift on the steelworks. Yeah, I mean, we're at 80 steel. This is actually fine when you look at it that way. Let's build... We still have so many sick. There it is. Let's dismantle both of these medical posts now. Real quickly. Right. Do it. Do it. And now we can build the infirmary. There it is. Right in the center here. Super important building. It can house up to 20 people. There it is. And it will be insanely efficient on healing rates. We got the first infirmary going. That's actually a milestone. Did cost me another steam core, but we have them. And with that, theoretically, we will not need that medical post anymore. I'm still going to keep it for now. Right, but it should be fine. So we're looking at treatment rates here of about 2 to 6 hours tops. Right, which is about 9 hours actually for the severe cases. But that's still totally fine. I will still add probably... Do we have engineers anywhere still lurking around? No. I will need them. Alright, next day. Lonely light. It is only resources. Most of the victims died violently, some still locked in a deadly struggle. The supplies are intact and the light is powered by a wind generator. These people were obviously well prepared. This is truly bizarre. It is bizarre. It is bizarre that we haven't found survivors. A broken tree over there? The snowy hills. There will be nothing here. And the storm is coming in now. Shoot. Shoot. 70 again, so it's warming up a bit for the last time. A bit of room to breathe, right? I'm going to keep the level 2 upgraded though. There's the house. That's going to be super nice for insulation. And then we actually go for generator upgrade 2 now. This will then allow us to raise the temperature once more. We're going to need it for the storm. However, I don't fully have the coal production for that yet. The coal thumper is now working. As we can see, all 3 gathering posts are fully staffed. And bring in the coal. I don't think this will be enough though. Alright, house it is. This gives me another base heating level. So, you know, another area for my people to stay safe. Now there's also the problem then with the medical care. We have the infirmary now working. And with that, theoretically, I don't need that medical post here anymore, right? So I would probably like to delete it. And then we could have a bunkhouse here again in this area. And that's something I should probably push. Because I don't want to have this steam hub here running all the time just for this bunkhouse there, right? So let's actually dismantle this medical post. Survivors in the snow huts. Yes, we're going to ask... Oh, that's 25 kids. Are you kidding me? These people sheltered in their snow huts during a snowstorm. When it was over, they found their sleds had become stuck in solid ice. The 2 men sent for help have vanished without trace. 25 kids, 13 workers, and no engineers. This is the worst of the worst case you can get. Survivors super late into the game, and also only kids primarily. I'm going to send them to Winterbourne. I'm going to escort them because there's not much searching we can do, right? I need to start sending the scouts back home now because that storm is coming in. But yeah, this is not ideal at all. Let's build a house. We probably will build another steam hub now. Or actually, no. No, I will need to build another steam hub regardless. So we just need to be super efficient about it. It's probably going to be somewhere over here as my next area that we can use then, right? Steam hub plus houses. Let's start building that road. So this is my next area of expansion now, behind the infirmary. So that we can also get an infirmary, a second one, then into this area. Snowy Hill, there's nothing. So we can go for one more thing. Steam lorry, that sounds promising for some steam cores. Always good to have some more steam cores. That thumper is really pushing now. So yes, we have a nice surplus there of coal. So we'll cap on it soon. But I will not... I mean, theoretically we do have engineers for another tech workshop. After the storm we need to have 3 going. Infirmary, fully working now. Almost no sick people. This area for the next expansion is ready, right? So we can get more people into a fighting arena, into the House of Prayer, and then also into another steam hub that I'm probably going to have somewhere here. There's going to be some overlapping, of course. I think this will be fine. Let's add it now. Angry about the cold. Captain, our people are protesting. They've gathered in an angry crowd because they forced them to live in cold homes for too long. They've watched helplessly as their children have fallen ill and they have had enough. What? I'm treating them. Let's heat all homes. I won't address this right now. Discontent will raise greatly. Yeah. There it is. So much drama. Power upgrade number 3. Just let's check it out. We can actually afford this. But let's tone it down on Steam level 2. And next up on the list is, yeah, the industrial hothouse. We're going to get survivors in. That means we have a higher food consumption. So the industrial hothouse upgrade number 1 is going to be super important for us here, right? That's just that. With the overdrive coupling, I can actually get 2 temperature levels out. So let's activate this for tonight. And now it's comfortable in those homes, right? Leading to a greatly reduced discontent. Look at that. And we can keep this going. This one we turn off for now. I also just love how the snow retracts and comes back again if you activate or deactivate it. Next up on my list, a lot of more steel. So I'm going to use this to put the steam workshop into an emergency. Even though my scouts would also bring in more, right, steel. That's fine, but that's a bit late. So let's activate this for now, because I want to really upgrade to houses now. We got the first house here. Not only do they look much better, but they also have a really good heating level. And this is what we need then for this next storm here now. So far so good. Day 24 it is. Winterbourne will prevail. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Winterbourne in Frostpunk Endless Extreme as we continue onwards on our way to the second storm now. By now all the scout teams are returning. We still have the steam lorry up there that I would like to scout real quick and then we return them too. Also my other scout team is bringing in survivors, primarily children and workers. We need to also prepare for these guys. We're building right now researching right now the industrial hothouse. That's something we're going to need actually for the increased food consumption that we're going to have soon. And I would actually like to continue now with my city expansion into this area. So we've already laid out the street for it. And we can just happily now also go ahead and build us the next upgrades. For this, unfortunately, I will need to get rid of the house there again. We get the resources back. A smaller mistake, right? I wanted to get another hothouse in here. So let's go ahead and build those houses. And we're going to build, over here then. So once this one is gone, which should happen actually rather quickly, we will be able to do this. Storm is on the horizon, on its way now. Scout team number 2, as expected, steam cores. Perfect. The generators were built thanks to steam lorries like this and their ability to haul cargo over the frozen landscape. It's a shame it can't be repaired. And with that, we do get, 2 steam cores and 56 steel. Let's get those people home. 24 hours, this should be enough. I thought it's going to be close. And on the other hand, also here now, my other scout team is coming in 3 hours. Can we do another evening prayer? I would not like to do this. 20 food rations is a lot. The death of overwork happened, and with that we lose a lot of hope actually. An adult died. Really? That much hope is lost? Let's activate the evening prayer. Otherwise I would trigger an ultimatum. And hope ultimatums are the worst of their kind. So house is gone, and with that, let's go another hothouse here. Right, that's the third and probably the last hothouse for a very long time, because we are going to upgrade them from now on, and that is then also the total space that I will need. And with that, we can now calculate in some more houses here, right? And we need to get rid of these guys here, so that's 10 people, and then there's coming 30. Yeah, we need 4 houses at the least, right? 4. That's a pretty steep cost. So let's make a block of houses here. And the reason for that is I want to keep this area here for a second infirmary then available, right, in the center. Lots of construction, going to take all day. And in 30 minutes, more people come in that hopefully help us with that. Poof, there it is. Lots of survivors come in. We're bumping it up then, and also lots of steel and wood, right? And with that, we're at 152 survivors now in total. With that, we will definitely be red on the food, right? Not a good timing on this. But when is a good timing, really? The raw food will help us a bit, right? With the raw food. We will be able to cook a bit more food. That's important. Lots of sick. Lots of sick. Let's actually build the next infirmary now, right? So we can build it just behind the other infirmary. Let's just see how we can do it, though. Probably like this, so I can have a third infirmary here later on, right? Because we definitely will need to work with a couple of them. Let's build the next infirmary then here. And this is all being then heated as well, of course. I'm not going for the House of Healing, sorry. We don't want that. Come on, build that. We don't have any engineers. Oh, and I'm still having the overdrive working. That's not good. We have lots of engineers. Not really. Where's my engineers other than the steam shop? Yeah, we only still have 26. 10 of them are working in the infirmary. 10 are working here. And I'm still missing 4 engineers. I will not address the long hours of toil. There is one. Still. In the hothouse we have 3 working. We can primarily have kids in there now. right? And with that, we have a whole bunch of engineers ready for a third workshop then as well. Or, yeah, the second infirmary that we're building right now. Just on time for the storm, really. Super nice that we have the next infirmary going. This will be a big help. Also, we're capping on coal, so this is also nice for us. A third gathering post is now realistic here. We really need to finish those constructions here. Industrial hothouse has been researched. That's a major bump in food production then after the storm. Next up on my research, there's not that many options anymore. Infirmary mechanization is amazing because it basically halves the employed engineers of the infirmary. We have more engineers available again. Let's just check it out how my heating is. Yeah, we are going to have that heating working through the storm. So I would like to go for infirmary mechanization. With that, we have more engineers available than ever. House finished. Let's activate the steam hub. And this area is now also being permanently heated. Next hothouse is ready. 10 people, 10 kids, that is. And yeah, for the next day, we need to bump it up on the food production. So I'm going all in then on food, right? For the next day, we got 3 hothouses working as much as possible. And also that cookhouse needs to have an extended shift. We need to get that food. Really? Construction takes forever. What is going on? These people take way too many breaks. Another sermon. And by the way, let's also disband the scouts. Right, that's another 40 wood and another 5 people that we have here working. There's the next infirmary ready. Very good. That's going to be super nice. 2 infirmaries are very powerful. That's up to 40 people we can now treat. And also all 4 houses are finished. I think we still need another one, right? Yes, we still need another house though. There you go. And with that we can get rid of this house. Day 25 it is, and yeah, negative 70 degrees upon us. And with that we need to raise the steam level now to level 3 permanently. Leads to 300% coal consumption, up from 200. That's going to be hurting. Storm is closing in, so is the last scout team. With 4 steam cores, by the way. That's pretty nice for us. Yeah, lots of sick there, so the hothouses are not working full. There's the scouts with lots of materials. I mean, really, we are wasting a lot of coal there, unfortunately. It's not super severe. Lots of steel and wood, and the steam cores. That's also nice. Let's disband them. Last house is being finished. There it is, negative 70 degrees. It's getting now cold. Let's increase the steam level to 3. Coal-wise, I will need to build also my next gathering post in here. That is unfortunately... Nah, it's actually in range of everything here. Yeah. Off the shrine, off the steam hub, off the field kitchen, right? So this is really a nice area there. And that generator is now emitting a lot of heat. Next house has been finished. With that, we don't need these guys here anymore. So I can dismantle that house. And with that, I can also put the steam hub here only on work mode now, right? So it does not need to heat during the night. And this saves us a lot of coal again, in addition. Just to be absolutely safe. And since we have the resources, let's build some 2 more. Let's make it 3 more resource depots now. I really want to stockpile now resources. Because don't forget, this is only the second storm. There's way more, and we are also seeing, 100 degrees negative then at some point. And I need the resources for that. Yeah, sickness is absolutely fine now. That infirmary is pumping. Also fully staffed the public house. Unfortunately, the public house is still not heated. Yeah. I could have it here. I could have that public house now heated. Let's dismantle it and build it again. Just somewhere else. In the heated area. Frightening patient. Yeah, let him die. An amputee I would need to feed through the nights, and then a dead person actually gives me organs, and with that a boost to my healthcare. And there it is. He died, and it was his choice. Nah, we must make sacrifices. A bit of hope we lose, but we have plenty of hope. There it is, infirmary mechanization, and with that we get plenty of engineers back. That's 5 of them, and that's exactly what we need for a workshop. Perfect. Next up on my list is probably, yeah, difference engine, tier 4 research. Let's go ahead and do this. Can actually bump it up on my steam sawmill for today. Tomorrow it won't work, so today it's fine. Anything else I did forget? I hope not. I so hope not. Yeah, the workshop we can actually really have out there, right? So instead of the house that is going away now, we can then have the workshop here. Cold homes, I won't address this. It's getting colder, guys, so I'm certainly not going to promise this. Food is fine. We have produced so much food today. This will last us through the storm for sure. Very good. The next resource depots are out, so I'm going to put one into coal right away. We can house more of that. Then we are also going to have with... let's actually go for raw food instead of food rations, I think. Nah, let's go for food rations. And resource depot number 3, I would like to go with also coal, so that we can stack up even more coal then in the future. The next gathering post is ready. Yeah, let's staff it. We have 4 gathering posts then ready to really utilize that coal thumper. Look at that, there's 1,600 coal waiting already to be gathered, so this is quite nice. Now, public house, please. Yes, we can have it finally heated. Right over here. Right, and let's have a road then here as an entrance point there, more or less. But finally, a heated public house is great for the storm as well, because it can then work through the storm as well. And there it is. Not that we need a heater for that, I think. Alright, once again, the second storm is upon us. With that, everything is closing in now. It's only going to be one temperature drop though, to -80. So we had this already. -80 we haven't had yet before, right? Did we? Not entirely sure now. The hothouses will certainly not work anymore. So let's actually turn them off right now. It's useless. I'm also going to turn off the steam sawmill. That's as much wood as we have now. Steam level 3 is active, and with that, there you go. The second storm.
Brace yourselves. Cold is coming.
-80. It is now cold in the bunkhouses, right? The houses up here have it chilly at least. I was not able to provide houses for everyone. We could actually do this now still. Sign a few more, right? So there you go. 3 more houses. It helps. Everything helps.
Move. Time to get to work.
And the rest will then be the infirmaries taken care of. There's the next house. There's the next house. And there we have the next house. I won't address this, as always. Long hours of toil. Food-wise, also the cookhouse we can turn off. With that, we don't need the heating. Infirmaries are fine with that now. The workshops can continue. Let's actually heat them to get that additional research out. We still have a positive supply there on the coal, and the difference engine is now coming out. Yeah, the problem is we don't have any wood. So I might actually, just for today, let the steam sawmill work. We have enough healing rate, so I can afford this right now. I would like to get more wood out, right? Difference engine, tier 4 technology is unlocked with that. And with that, a whole bunch. We can get another scout team out. I think this would be my goal for the next one. Infirmary checklist, we can heal 15% faster, and house redesign, houses cost less. yeah, that's also something to consider. But I think it is actually the additional scouts that I would like to get. So for that we need a bit more wood. 50. There it is. And with that we can have additional scouts now working for us. Yeah, let's have the sawmill working for another 2 hours to get really as much wood out there as possible. Those gathering posts are working. We can actually activate the heating for them, so it's livable in them, right? Further reducing then their sickness rate, because it's primarily kids that are working in these guys here. And actually, it's livable in the steam steelworks as well, which is great. We got a very good working condition there in my coal industry. Not so much in the steam sawmill, but that's okay. A few sick we can afford. Now, first night, let's activate the overdrive. This will greatly increase temperature now to comfortable in the houses and to livable in the bunkhouses. And this leads to a reduction in discontent as well, even during the storm. That's nice. Food, I'm not going with the evening prayers. We need the food, unfortunately. But I will activate the sermon once ready. There it is. To get me a bit more hope. Sickness is piling up now, as expected. But we got 2 very high efficient running infirmaries. That should do the trick. 33 sick, that's actually not so bad. Next day, let's turn off the overdrive again. People continue to work. And also, once again, let's have them work in the steam sawmill. Only 3 people got sick out of this, right? So that's actually something nice. And with that, we get the wood in today. Also, that building has been disabled, so we can actually go ahead now and build us that next workshop here. Into that steam hub and into that shrine. So this workshop here gets fully boosted. And also the field kitchen is heating it. Workshop number 3, because we are going to need a bit more workforce for even more research. I'm actually really happy how it looks right now. 3 scout teams will scatter out after that storm. The sick are being treated right now. And there's lots of wood coming in. That's also important. Additional scouts we have. 3 scout teams we have with that. Next on my research list. Infirmary checklist is not so bad, even though it's not super necessary. We might go for the next generator efficiency upgrade, further reducing my coal consumption. And I think we're going with that. 50 wood it is. The rest of the wood that we actually pile up now is then for scout teams, right? Next night, let's activate the overdrive once more. We can afford it. Further reducing discontent and also sickness rate. And look at that city. It's beautiful. I love it. Steampunk at its finest. -80 outside. Very warm inside. People are having a good life right now, I think. Despite the circumstances, of course. Next workshop ready. Let's assign 5 engineers. I don't think we need the heater, but we'll see. And in there, we will also then continue with the research now faster than ever. 3 workshops fully working and 2 infirmaries fully working, even though we did not find more engineers. So that's also quite nice, I think. Last night, then the storm is over again. The second storm. Sick are piling up as expected. And there it's over. Second storm. Temperatures increase again. So I think 50. I can deactivate the overdrive. And we can happily continue. Especially also now with the second steam sawmill again. Let's staff it. And I don't think we need that many gathering posts. Let's also reduce it to steam level 2. And get those 7 workers over here to that steam sawmill now, because we really want that. The last storm covered all the furnaces with a thick layer of ice, causing a dramatic fall in the efficiency of steel production facilities in the city. All steelworks will be 70% less efficient. Yeah, that's hurting us for sure. 70% less steel production now in the time to the next storm. We have a lot of steel stockpiled, lucky us, but it's certainly hurting us. We will probably use also the second iron ore deposit now then in the future as well. That's the next hazard. Alright. Alright. Let's activate the hothouses again. Let's get the city back to life. Do we need the heaters? Not really. Right. Not really. I mean, coal is really fine, so let's keep it active for some. We also will not need the heaters for the workshops. Absolutely not. And I don't think we need it for the infirmaries. Absolutely not. For the sawmills, I will definitely use it. And yeah. We need now workers. Where are they? Let's just see. I think we could actually tone it down on the gathering post here. So let's turn off one gathering post and reassign the kids to that. And get the first scout team out. Let's have a look. We got the hot springs and the dreadnoughts back again, right? And then we got now 4 points of interest. Shipwreck camp, ice obelisk, stone obelisk. Let's go for the camp. That's my first one. I need a few more workers now. We don't need that much timber production, honestly. So let's actually turn off both of them and get us the next scout team out. That is going for the complete opposite direction. Ice obelisk. And once I have 40 wood, we are actually going to have the next working. Let's assign those 5 over. And get us... What? Wait a second. Yeah. Get us those out as well to the overturned sled. 3 scout teams with 50% increased speed. Going out there now, starting to really explore the world around us. I hope we can get almost all the points now that we're going to need, right? And the children's mine is actually another camp now, settlement, and the shipwreck camp is actually also a settlement. So do we want to start with the settlements? That's the big question. No, let's go for stone obelisk for now. Settlements are tricky, so I won't postpone the unlocking of them. Let's activate the cookhouse again. For this I'm actually going to use some heating. Long hours of toil. Food is really fine now. Generator efficiency upgrade, that's massive. We don't have enough wood actually for research right now. Assign those 5 to the steam sawmill. We need more wood. Yeah, a bit more wood at the end of the day. So we can start with the next research. We don't really need that wood for anything else right now. The last research would take me 150. The factory is of course something that I would like to eye soon, but I would still like to get that achievement going that we don't have any automatons before day 70, I think. So this is a pretty nice achievement and I want to get it. So in this case, let's just work on that too. Now for research, it's getting a bit tricky. Advanced steelworks, it's probably going to be. Or advanced heaters. Nah. Let's go for even more steel production. Yeah. Also got the resource depot upgrade for more storage. Let's go for this. It's a smaller one right now. We are capped on steel anyway. Let's go for that resource upgrade here so we can store more things in that. 50 hungry people. But we have the food. Let's also activate the sermon. And you know what? Let's activate the evening prayers too. We can afford it. Day 29 it is. We remain at -50, but we're going to get the permanent -60 degrees now coming in. Right, so for that we also need to prepare, of course. And there is now the next day. Ice obelisk, nothing of value. Children's mine, fissured rock. Go for the frozen lake. And leave the children alone right now in their mine. Overturned sled. We found a couple of crushed frozen bodies. One was under a sled and another pinned by the steel load it was carrying. A bit of steel. Stone arch. I think we actually have, we don't need that infirmary here working right now. So let's reassign all the engineers to that workshop. Or that bump in research. And with that, we finished the upgrade actually in 2 hours already. And can start on the next one. And there it is, resource depot upgrade. More resources we can store now in those here. So that's, for example, 1,350 coal now in addition out of the resource there. Perfect. Next up on my list, the insulations are nice, of course, because it's getting continuously colder. Let's have it for the hot houses. With the heater, we're looking at still comfortable temperature, but you know, we're going to actually get 3 temperature drops now to -80 then. And this will be a lasting effect, so we definitely need to work on those. Also, whenever we have some time, let's continue with the housing upgrade. So let's have some 4 more upgrades here now that we can work. And there's one engineer off work right now, and he's going to build it. He's going to have the time of his life there. Stone obelisk, there is nothing. And we continue to the round rock. Please give me survivors a bit faster this time. We want to grow. Tricky. Alright, so far so good. Second storm survived, and we continue onwards on a search for survivors. Probably relics soon as well, but most importantly, a strong economy. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Frostpunk. Day 35 it is, the third storm is upon us, and with that negative 100 degrees. Get those infirmaries ready. We have 4 steam cores. I might consider a third infirmary at this point, we'll just see. Over here we have now, let's call it districts, right? The next district up and running with a steam hub and those houses done. And in this case here, also our first temple, or actually the temple, right? So the pretty cool building actually. It stretches to the sky by the look of it. And yeah, it's going to help us a lot with reducing discontent and increasing hope in the coming days to come. That is. Now, food is really going to be fine. Right now we're consuming about 223 food per day. That is with already 213 people that we have now. So this is okay. With that we can survive quite a bit. We actually have way too much wood. I'm going to turn off a sawmill here because simply we don't need that. We have actually the problem right now of having too much workforce. Which is fine because we're working on coal thumpers, and that is a coal industry that needs a lot of workforce. With that we can work it out. A new law would be ready. In this case here, the righteous denunciation could work for us. It is the duty of the faithful to denounce wickedness. It is a sign of true compassion to bring the wicked to light. Yeah, it's of course radical once more. Discontent will rise with that, but with the option we can occasionally lower discontent and occasionally recover small amounts of resources. That's actually pretty cool. So this is kind of like my police now. Let's go ahead and sign this. Right, yeah, greatly increases discontent actually. We are also about to finish the generator power upgrade 3, which will allow us then to use steam level 4. Of course, with that we're going to lose coal, but we have stockpiled enough, so that should work out for the coming days. Sickness is almost down to a minimum now. It is very comfortable in those houses, so no one really has to do anything. Those guys here, it's fixed now. They will not arrive. 11 children, 13 workers, that's probably very tragic. I would not have sent them alone if I would have known that it takes them 4 full days for this small journey there. I should have guessed with the amount of children, right? It takes longer. They will not be here on time, unfortunately. So they will perish. Just a couple of meters outside of my crater. Right? They're very close now. It really baffles me still how long it took them, and yeah, we save resources for the houses, but that's about it. It still hurts me because I could definitely have supported them, right? Let's just let this night run. 6 o'clock, and look at that. 1 hour and 20 minutes, and they did not make it. That's the storm. Negative 100 degrees. Holy cow. And with that also we have it very cold in the houses. So it's super important that we finish that tech now. The hot houses will not work anyway, so let's turn them off right away. Let's not have anyone working in the steel workshop. Also that sawmill I'm going to turn off. Here we can still make something work, right? So this can still actually work a bit. Even in the gathering post it's really cold now. Activate those heaters. So with that, we can actually still make it work here. Which is crazy to me. The infirmaries we activate on the heating. And even without the generator upgrade, no, we're still positive. That surprises me a bit, but we will be negative now. There it is, power upgrade level 4. This is really pushing now. Another level. So it gets probably cold now. There it is, cold. Right. A tip from a believer. Captain Aman has told us that his neighbors are planning to organize a protest. Our men are following the lead. Discontent will fall. And yeah, level 4 it is. It's still cold. Even with that, right? Even with that, it's going to be super hard to navigate. No, actually look at that. The survivors came in. They actually managed to do it. Alright, we have them. Let's build 2 more homes. I'm happy for them, really, I am. 2 more homes. We can build it today. And with that, of course, we have more workforce than ever that we can supply. Great thing, really. I'm super happy about this. This 1 hour, the game actually was generous and actually allowed it. We can get the advanced teachers. Boosted scout slats is also super interesting now. House redesign, hothouse insulation, hothouse selection, 15% more efficiency, or healthcare insulation. Let's go for healthcare insulation, right? Sounds like the most sensible thing to do here right now. Right. The hothouse is, the cookhouse is also not working now. It's too cold. Here everything is working and with livable conditions, right? Even comfortable in the gathering post. That's of course thanks to 2 gathering post insulations that we have, the steam hub and also the field kitchen. So this is just nice over here right now. This is working through the storm. My industry zone, powering through all of it. Of course the boost from the shrine also helps a lot, because with that everything here gains more efficiency as well. And with that we can keep the coal industry running through the storm and only have a deficit of 300 coal right now. So we are not losing that much coal. Alright, the next house is being finished. We need that. Sir, a man was found crying silently in the temple. We approached him to ask if he needed help. He told us he wanted to see you. I thought my faith died long ago, sir. With my wife and daughters in London, I couldn't see any purpose in our new life, in the fight for survival. But today, when I entered the temple, I saw a future for us. Now I'm ready to face it. I'm glad to hear this. And now go back to work. There's the next house, and with that everybody has a house. Not particularly warm right now. Still doing fine. 2 infirmaries. At this point I might actually think about a 3rd infirmary, right? But it's too late now anyway for that storm, so I think we'll be fine with that. It's night, and we can activate the overdrive, and this actually raises the temperatures by 2 levels now, right? So this should lead to, yeah, livable condition in the houses. Let's actually pile up on more coal. Further reducing discontent. And hopefully also the amount of sick that we see through the night now. Day 37 is upon us. We'll just see how many sick we get. 30 at this point. Yeah, 40. Yeah, both infirmaries are fully utilized now. Let's deactivate the overdrive. And there it is also. Healthcare insulation. So it's a bit warmer in them now. And that means also better healing rates, of course. I do have 100 steel. What to do? We might go for... This is also nice. So we can have the overdrive working longer, but it's super expensive. Let's actually go for the boosted scout sleds. This will be important after the storm. The scouts will move 100% faster. Another law. Once again, no law now, right? We don't need that. Righteous denunciation was okay. Faith keepers is too radical. I'm not doing them. And in that case, purpose is finished. I could still do something in the adaptation. That would be a care house for the ones that actually are amputated right now. And this goes then into prosthetics. Actually, that's pretty important. So, dueling law. Sometimes people will be killed in a duel. Nah. Care house. There you go. We have 4 amputees, so they can actually live in that care house. Perhaps I can squeeze it in here. Nah, it will not get heating. So we need to actually have it then somewhere over there, right behind the temple. It's heated. And this is just a nice spot really to squeeze it in there, I think. Yeah. Okay, 100 degrees negative for this night, for this day. Despite that, we continue with a good amount of coal production. Of course, no logs now, and also, yeah, we can actually keep that steam still works there running too. Steel is still coming in through the storm.
A lying child, so a girl is asking to speak to you. She's crying and repeating that her mother is innocent. I lied. I lied to the priest. I'm so sorry. I told him that my mom said you're a damn fool and will burn in hell, but I was just mad at her. I made it all up. Don't do this again. Right? It's a kid. I know kids by now. Heater, let's activate this for the care house, and with that get another promise fulfilled. And also these guys here now, they can actually live in the care house. They will not use room in houses, right? And they can actually then be used for prosthetics and can back to work at some point, if we need that much workforce, that is, of course. Food is dwindling, as we can see. With the survivors coming in, we consume 250 food per day now.
Today's labor is done.
And there it is, boosted scout sleds. How very nice. We're going to see some nice scout times there. Next up on the research, we could go for the advanced heaters, so we get 3 levels up, but it will consume more coal. We can use this for areas out there where it's not feasible really to use field kitchens and steam hubs, right? Because it's too inefficient. And that heater will then just work out. Let's activate the overdrive for this night once more. Livable condition. Not a single sick person right now. Now they're coming in, of course, through the night. Alright, I think we have some special actions again. I'm not going to use the evening prayers. We don't have the food anymore. We're running out of food now. And as we can see, we have more sick than we have infirmaries now. So for the future, I will definitely need another infirmary then. For this storm, it's fine now. And there it is. Storm is over. And temperature is increasing again. To where? Yeah, only to a -80. That was not a huge drop. I should still be able to use now only that. Oh, animal migration. That is lucky. We do get the hunters again. We don't have hunters. So that's fine. That's also rare that you get 2 of the same hazards. Yeah, we have 3 scout teams right away. And we can go out there and go crazy now on some scouting. And we are super fast about this. Probably also go now for more settlements, right? So the hot spring settlement that we have over there, let's go for them. And scout team number 3, let's go for the shipwreck camp. This is then also, actually let's go for Snow Hill first and then the camp. And then we have all the settlements discovered. And piece of the past, this is then also the relics. Alright, let's put the sawmills back to work. And also my steam still works out there. They're working again. It's still very cold in them, so the heater upgrade will be very much needed. The hothouses, will they function? With the heating, yes. Getting that food in again is important. And we're probably also going to upgrade them tonight. Let's get food in first. Also the cookhouse. We're out of food, by the way. Never thought this would happen again. So those kids will now make soup. And extended shift, of course. Yeah, it's really freezing out there. Very cold in those workplaces. Another thanks in the care house. Thank you with all the work we have to do. It's so hard for families to properly care for an invalid. Please, like this, make this life easier for us. And yeah, hope will rise a bit. Right, food is coming in again. That's just so great to see. Advanced heaters. So with that, we get another temperature level now out there. So it's not that high chance of risk of falling ill anymore. And generator bypass is nice. Could go for the cold thumper injectors now. That's something I will have to do at some point now. And house insulation. Let's go for house insulation. And then go for the cold thumper boost. So we're still capped on the coal there, by the way. Let's actually go for another carrying post. And yep, this one has the has the coal and the steam hub in. Another book of law. This is actually important. The prosthetics. Everyone wants to contribute to the survival of our city. If we can bring NPCs back to full fitness, we should do it. We get the blueprint for the factory done, right? And we can then make these prostheses and we can use them then for these NPCs. It's not super important right now. It's more a symbolic gesture. And there's the next gathering post. And let's assign 10 children to this. Day 39 is upon us. We actually arrive in 2 locations now. Who died? Lack of treatment? We're not at capacity. She was so severely sick probably that she just died right away. We have 4 bodies now in the snow pit. Snowy hills? There's nothing. But we get the wrecked steamer and the shipwreck camp. Let's go for the camp. And the other ones arrive at the broken tree. There's nothing. And we continue to the rock gate. I forgot. Yeah, we need to upgrade those hothouses. Let's start with 1. Well, let's actually start with 2. We are running out of food again. So I really need to have those industrial hothouses. So just in time for the next workday. And by the way, we get another temperature increase. The negative 60 now. Now it's so warm, I actually can reduce it to steam level 2. And still have a level 1 increase everywhere. And that gathering post is ready now too. So we are really pushing coal now. And we see this here. Even though it's not enough yet to make level 4 work permanently, right? We still don't have enough coal for that. There's the hothouses, and we can just see their upgrade. So 3 it is on the baseline, 2.9, and it's 5.8 now on the upgraded version, right? So that's a lot more raw food coming in per house. And let's actually upgrade this one too. Costs me another steam core, so we'd have all 3 of them then working. Hot springs! Amazingly, people live here. And not only do they grow their own food, but they're willing to share it. This enclave of life clinging to a few hot springs was settled after the Great Storm by people from a town that survived with the help of another city. They set up hothouses here and planted their seeds, as they say, to pass the gift of life. They gave us some food as a gesture of goodwill and are eager to trade more in exchange for help with expanding the settlement. 100 raw food. Let's continue to the wrecked steamer. Another settlement that we can do, relations with, right? And trade with them. And then at some point they will also start demanding. But that's a bit for later, hopefully. Alright, we are down on steel. So this really should work, please. More steel we need. Coal, yeah. Also, about the coal, we might actually push now for a second steam coal thumper, right? We need a whole new area for this. So I can have it up there. Or over here. I think that is... no, actually I would like to have it over there. Right behind my... or around my steam steelworks. Because they are here to stay. So let's just have the industry area here. And we can have it over there. It's not that expensive, right? It's dirt cheap. Have it here. Right, another street. And then we can have another steam hub somewhere here then. So this works out for this area. And not only can we have that, we can also have another shrine then here. For the boost. And that shrine has a nice radius, so it actually gets it. Unfortunately, it does not stack up, right? That would have been amazing. So there it is, and with that we then also can have a couple of these gathering posts, right? So another one here, and these actually take both of the coal thumpers then into their range. That's 2 more, and actually we can have 3 more here then. There it is, right? So that's a whole new industrial block that we're building there for more coal for the future. A few more survivors would be nice, right? Get that workforce going. Shipwreck camp, another settlement. So they all have their different stories, which is really cool. And no kings, only men. Convicts were widely used on Frostland to build generators, deceived by false promises of amnesty and return home. Most of them were worked to death, carried on prison ships from one construction site to another. But those we met here have rebelled. They killed their guards, took over the ship and set up their own settlement, away from London's power. The hull of the ship, heated by steam boilers, protected them from the storms. They gave us some wood and steel as a gesture of goodwill and are eager to trade more in exchange. Thank you very much. And with that, we have the third settlement explored. Nothing else out here, except for this buried dreadnought. I might actually go for this now. Buried dreadnought. Let's go for it. And just see what it offers us. Probably not that much yet. Survivors, it is still that I'm looking for primarily. Now with the 3 upgraded hothouses, we have a nice food production, right, of 560 per day. And this we can only grow from here. So we have the shrine that is boosting all 3 of them now. So I could actually add then another row of hothouses at some point if I want to. Sir, a woman is here to see you. She claims she has evidence against one of our priests. Our man in turn accuses her of hearsay. You're my only hope, sir, cries the woman. When I went to denounce this wretch, his colleagues kicked me out. He's forging denunciations to get back at those who cross him. He's lying, the priest shouts. She's a heretic, and all heretics lie. Side with the woman. Hothouse insulation. Perfect. We don't need heaters now, theoretically, in those. Save up on that. Also, I don't need it in the infirmaries. And also, I don't need it... Oh, actually, I do need it in the workshop. Do I need it in the steelworks? No, it's livable here. So, thanks to all the upgrades in the surrounding area, we don't really need that many heaters active, right? Saving up on a lot of coal. There you go. I want to stockpile my coal there. Alright, 40 steel. Next research. House insulation it is. Healthcare insulation, hothouse selection, more food. This is actually something we can work on soon. And there it is, the coal thumper injectors, more coal piles. Let's go ahead and do this. Just as we finish those coal thumpers. And we don't need it yet. So this is just prepared, right? As the whole thing is about to be finished here. We can turn them off then. Buried dreadnought. There we are. A piece of the past. The dark maze of passages inside the wreck is full of promises and mortal danger. This Victoria-class dreadnought used a highly toxic fuel for the auxiliary propulsion system, enabling them to move for some time after being buried by an avalanche. Exploring the wreck will be dangerous. We could also spend wood that we don't have yet. So I could risk my lives. We risk the scouting party, right? Or we leave it be for now. Let's leave it be for now and explore this later. Once we have the resources. Now, unfortunately, that's the end here, and it's really far to the other side. So let's move to Winterbourne first, and then to the obelisk, and those have, yeah, some steel and wood on board that I can use, especially the steel. This day is over. And yeah, actually, I don't need to have any overdrive. Looking fine. I'm not expecting too many sick. And we continue onwards with Frostpunk in the next episode. Stay tuned! Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to episode 10 Frostpunk Endless Extreme, and we continue onwards. We just survived another storm with negative 120 degrees, and yeah, sick rate is actually quite severe. We have 80 sick people right now, 82 waiting for treatment. This is then about happening in my infirmaries. They're going to just pump them through, right? You're getting in there, a quick cleanse by the doctor, a quick antibiotics, and out you go again, ready for the work. And that's just really how it goes there. Now, my hothouses continue their work. We have lots of workforce right now, by the way, so this is something we should consider as well. I'm going to actually stick with steam level 3. With steam level 3 even we can stockpile coal, right? And even then it's fine. What we need actually is though, since you look at that, we have a total coal consumption of 1,800 per day right now. We cannot survive that long with that, right? So actually only 3 days if it comes to an emergency. So yeah, that's it. We need more resource depots. However, I would not like to do the small ones anymore. We are going for my next tag here, and this is going to be now the large resource depot. This just has way more storage capacity, right? And let's go ahead and research that. This is my next tag now. This is going to take only 6 hours with 3 workshops working right now. So this should be actually, yeah, it will be done today, really. So that's that. Sickness rate is going down, as we can see, and I probably should start with the scouting again. We have the workforce. I don't even need to allocate, and yeah, we have the settlements, right? The shipwreck camps. We have another yellow flag over there that we can find now. So some of these points now repeat themselves, of course, right? So some of them we've already seen a couple of times. My main goal, of course, is to find more survivors now. So hopefully 2 waves of survivors. That would be my goal for the until the next storm, and we could go into a bit of settlement management there if it comes to that, but really not super important, right? That we have, because it just really gives you more resources right now, and I don't think we need that, honestly. I mean, food wise, how's it looking there? Looking pretty great on the food actually, now that we got 3 industrial hothouses working at full capacity, right? So we have 125 140 percent efficiency there even. Why is this one so high? I wonder. Ah, alright, we have some sick people here, and this one is fully working, right? So there's no one sick in this hothouse there. Also, they're looking fantastic. I love these buildings there. Alright, that's that. We have no more steam cores. This is also something we really need to find. Let's reactivate also my sawmills. Both of them, right? So we have now a second sawmill up there that I would like to get cracking as well, full with workers then as well. So this is a lot of wood coming in now. And then we have also over there my other steelworks here that we can reactivate once more with the heaters. Of course, all of this will consume my coal then to 2,000 per day now. So it's actually closer in coal than you might think. So this is why I would probably, most likely, and look at that, yeah, we're running out of coal here in the steam coal thumper. This is why I would actually like to activate my second coal thumper now, right? That will then make sure that we have enough coal pumping. And let's also give me another gathering post here, and a gathering post number 2 mixed with children and workers alike, just to get this sorted out. I might actually, with these temperatures, how's it looking there? This one is really hot, really hot. This one is livable, so the heater is actually doing a good job there. We might give them a field kitchen though, because we have the workforce for that, and I can really save on that steam hub there, right? We don't need the steam hub there, only during storms most likely. So I can save it, and instead we are, where is it? Come on, give me that field kitchen here that we can push in. Let's just see that we actually get most of them in. Here I think we need to. Right, we have the field kitchen for these guys here. This one here is still in the range of the steam hub, so that's fine. This steam hub we can actually keep running, and these guys here are getting now a field kitchen instead of the steam hub. A large resource depot has been researched. Perfect. This one has a huge amount of resource. However, it also costs quite a bit, right? Like 3-4 times even than the normal one. So yeah, it's also huge. Space-wise, it's not a big deal. So let's start with it somewhere over here, right? Build 1 for now for coal. Right, that's the the most important thing. Next up on the attack, the research is out. We could continue with the steam wall drill here for my wood that we have. I think other than that, I will not go for range upgrades, as I think this is a total waste of coal, really. Hunter, we also don't need. This one actually is completely finished, right? So food, we don't need anything there anymore. So yeah, let's continue just with that steam wall drill, just for the heck of it. And as you can see, yeah, we are pumping down those 6 again, and with that we could actually turn off an infirmary if I want to. Also, another important thing is we don't need to do anything with coal here, no overdrive or something, but we're going with negative 80 again soon, so then I will probably need to ramp it up to level 4. Alright, the scouts have arrived. We just continue onwards now. Snow-covered supplies, ruined observatory. Let's go for this first. Rock formation leads to cliffside path. That's the only thing? Really? Usually there's 2 points of interest, though, right? Cliffside path. And then we have the yellow flag, some resources there. We already had this once. Let's go to the frozen lake. Alright, now we get a really severe hazard, and that is the generator congestion. A combination of contaminated coal and high airborne ice intake has caused a congestion deep inside the generator. Until it clears, the generator will use twice as much coal than usual. This is severe, right? So with that, we'll have now a massive imbalance here for this one. Let's just wait to kick in the coal there. Should kick in now.
May the Lord save all workers from harm.
Tip from a believer, thank you very much. Doesn't kick in. Malfunction. I think only the generator consumes twice as much coal though, right? So with that we're at 777. We should actually still have a positive supply then, yep. Even with this hazard enabled. And I could even go to steam level 2 just to save up on more coal. It's still totally fine for those houses, right? They're still comfortable. Yeah, I think we're actually fine, right? Yeah. Twice as much coal, it's just a generator, really. Let's go for a large resource depot. Look at that, 5,400 additional coal supply. That's huge. And I would also probably like to build another one right away for food, right? So that we get this started, and let's have it just across the street there also for this one. And just because I really don't like this gap here, let's also have a smaller one in there as well. We're going to need them anyway. I'm still, I don't know, I'm still baffled that this increased coal consumption is not really visible there. Steam wall drill, there it is. Advanced wall drill. Next up, it only costs 35 steel, by the way, so it's super cheap. What we can do is to start lowering permanently that discontent there as well, because it's always climbing up, is reducing the work time for the workshops now, right? They don't need to work overtime anymore. It's not necessary. We have all the tech that we'll ever need close by. There is this field kitchen here. So the coal industry will also most likely stay on extended shift. It's just too important. But for other stuff, also like the wood, we can actually go back to normal shifts for a while and just see how it goes, right? This will have a nice impact then. Cliffside path, some minor resources, cracked ice, frozen lake, nothing except the ice obelisk. Yeah, no survivors yet, harder than I thought it would be. Okay, they continue working. Now we got actually a lot of engineers, right? 36 available. And then we're building the next one. This is for food. And this is then also for food, because we really want to stockpile more of it. These are the most two important things, right? Coal and food. And don't underestimate that. The consumption or the production could easily shift into opposite directions, and then you have a problem. Also use my prayers there again. And coal and steel, nothing else to see. Empty cave. Yeah, well, it's an empty cave. Let's go for the snowy hill. Or it could also be containing someone. It's very close. 10 hours, come on. Let's do this. Let's risk it. Cracked ice. Snow dune, empty snow hut. Let's go for the snow dune. There is something actually. Mountainside cave. Let's go for this. This sounds good. In caves, you can usually find survivors. Only one sick person. I love how this goes. But now we're going to negative 80, so now I will actually need to ramp up then my steam level here to 3. Let's just do this now, right, so that we don't take the biggest hit there. Yeah, and this is a temperature we'll have to live with, right? And we are also going back to another negative 100. The next storm is already on the horizon. That's just happening very quickly there right now. Yeah, with that it's at least livable, so that is fine, right? And we're not even using the highest level there yet. It's definitely reducing my margins though for coal. And here we have the field kitchen. Let's just make sure that it actually operates so that these gathering posts have it warm without a steam hub, right? So we have a very good temperature there. This is totally fine. This cave could collapse at any moment. It's no wonder it hasn't been turned into a permanent shelter. We'll take what we can and leave. Yeah, fortunately, nothing here. So it is the empty snow hut via cracked ice. I'm building 2 more large resource depots. This time it's for steel and wood. There we have the advanced wall drill researched. Sawmill extension is actually a pretty nice one, right? With that we can take in more wood before we have to relocate the sawmills. And actually for this one here it'll help, because with that we'll get a bit more wood in again. It's running out of it.
Time to rest. Remember those who work overtime in your prayers.
Okay, research outpost. We do get some 2 steam cores again. That's great. We're going to need them. Snowy Hill, nothing. Buried Hamlet is next. That's actually pretty close. And cracked ice to empty hut. I think I can actually go with the ceremonial service once more. Finally, Buried Hamlet has survivors. Yeah, we can escort them back home. That's actually then a very fast one. Otherwise, it would take 4 days again, right? And let's just use the scouts for this, because this speeds it down to, yeah, they will actually arrive within a day. And also definitely secure from the storm. So I think this is a better way, especially with all the scout upgrades. And then we might actually send that scout out again to find something else like the snow-covered supplies there. We still have time for that. That's one thing. Survivors incoming. I'm really happy about that. And with the steam cores, we could actually go for another food production when it comes to that, right? Mountain Watchtower, nothing here. Just some resources and another Dreadnought. And that's the end of it. Yeah, let's go for the Dreadnought just to see what kind of supplies they would need. That's usually also something to consider. A huge crater over there. 16 hours, but that is super far outside. Do we risk the scouts? Yeah, let's risk the scouts. We have the time. And I would like to know what a huge crater does actually, because I think I've never scouted one before. With the arrival of those guys though, I will also need to expand my homes, right? So here we have already the steam hub working. So the steam hub now gets also a bunch of more houses than here that we can have then in this surrounding area, just by the fighting arena and also my temple. Still plenty of space here. In this area there. Long hours of toil. Yeah, sometimes they actually nag, but it'll be fine. Really, it'll be fine. The cookhouse, we could actually also stop now, I think, with working on the shift. Nah, let's not do this now. I really like the additional resources that are coming in with that. So there's the next houses. Heated then right away as well for those survivors. We're probably getting a lot of stick out of that. Sawmill range extension. Look at that. From 300 wood up to 2,900 again. And this one even has 3,000. So the range is huge now. That means we don't need to relocate relocate those sawmills all the time, right? And we can actually make this one real quick. With the temperature, I might actually also need to activate that field kitchen for tomorrow then, so that those sawmills are properly heated. This all actually also increases my food consumption, right? So every single field kitchen that we use consumes food, and as you can see, those here add up to 38 additional consumption per day. Those field kitchens. It's still fine though. It's not the end of the world. All right, that was a powerful upgrade. I think that's it for now here. The factory is a no-go for me right now because it needs steam cores. We just don't have them for this. We cannot spare them. The same goes actually with the coal mine, but we at some point will have to move into coal mining, so we could also start this right now. That's still a good tack to branch into that. Getting really busy in my quest log there, getting all these relics in. And there's a relic to acquire here. And with 100 wood and 50 steel, we can explore it safely. So this is once again a Victoria class Dreadnought. And yeah, let's explore it safely. And our scouts took the time and effort to explore the wreck safely. And they do have now, I think, a relic. Yes, they have a relic that comes back home. That's our first one. This is why we need a lot of wood and steel still, right? If we want to get those relics then going. The survivors arrive. Only 5 of them are sick, and with that we push to 314. Those scouts, you could move out again, right? Yeah, via the rock gate. I would still like to explore as much as possible. Even though within 2 days we have the storm. It'd be risky. Huge crater. Built to disassemble, but we managed to open it. It might have been left because of its weight. Someone was probably planning to come back for it. Yeah, and we get some steam cores. That's okay. And with that, I think we are actually going to move those scouts back home now too. Because that storm is getting close. Alright, coal is piling up again. That's great. Thanks to the second steam coal thumper. So I think we might actually have another gathering post in here. Right? Gathering things. So yeah, close to the shrine. And we can then have another one even here as well. Alright, temperature increased for once before the storm hits. And we're going to see another 120 degrees negative. And hope goes down because their storm is coming. So this is also a challenge ongoing, that hope loss for every storm that you need to fight. If it reaches 0, then we have the ultimatum again. It's just a bit annoying there overall. But with enough houses of prayer everywhere, we should be golden really. Right, rock gate, 2 snow-covered supplies, 13 hours. This will be close. I'm going to risk it. We have enough workforce. And the scouts with the relics come in with St. Edward's crown. St. Edward's crown. We also get 2 steam cores out of this here, so that's quite a few resources there. And with that, we can now start building then our archives, right? So this is actually a pretty big building. That we can store the relics in. So this is going to be some history lessons then as well. Let's activate the next gathering post. That'll be pump it on the coal, right? We definitely want to increase that margin there still. Alright. They've arrived. Yeah, there's just some raw food here, and I'm not going to venture further outside. So these scouts also come back now, 13 hours. That's okay. And the next scouts are in, so we can disband them. And the next ones are coming in now too. There they are, with more steam cores again. And we can also disband them. And it's day 52. With that, the next storm is upon us. And negative 100 again. Let's increase steam level 4 once more. Pump it out there. That those houses have it at least chilly. That's all we can do really. We have enough steam cores, so I would actually like to go ahead and build me another infirmary. Here is my next block then. I don't know, the beacon. We will dismantle the beacon now because it is in the way, right? So we can easily do this. Let's, by the way, also deactivate those. We don't need that production running. And just for now, I will also then activate the steam hub here now. So that we have heating for these here, right? So it's actually really warm, really warm in those gathering posts. But don't forget, there's another drop coming in. This, of course, raises then, look at that, that's steam hub. Crazy stuff. Steam hubs consume a lot of coal. Still, it's worth it. Yep, the industrial hothouses. I don't know if we really need to turn it off. I just really like to optimize this. Now, we need a new beacon. Let's place it as far away as possible. I do not want to relocate that once more. All the way outside. And with that, we can actually continue now the construction then of a new district in this area. And that's going to be pretty important for us. Let's just see, space-wise. Yeah, we can actually have 2 rows of houses here, right? And then a steam hub somewhere here. That is then tending to this block there. And it's just behind my storage depot, which is also fine. Let's go up all the way to the House of Prayer. Another House of Prayer might then be needed here too. We'll just see. Then we have another infirmary that I would like to have then here. So we have now, I think this is the last infirmary for a long time. And then we can just go ahead and bump now more buildings than in here. Right, so once this is finished. This is just a new district then that we're planning ahead now. It will definitely also need then a fighting arena once more to keep people happy. Somewhere over there. Right. And yeah, House of Prayer we have close by anyway. And the storm is the perfect time for this. Lots of people don't have work right now. So 100 degrees negative is perfect to build more houses then. So we're going to stay keep it offline though for now, right? So I just want to continue building it. There we also have then the fighting arena. And with the steam cores, I would then like to go ahead and build me another industrial hothouse. You might call me crazy on this, but I want to move away from soup, right? Of course, that would be another goal, because this is just something that constantly increases discontent. And moving away from soup will drastically increase then also my food consumption. And I want to continue stockpiling food though, so we need to have another hothouse then ready for this. Steam coal mine, so we continue with the researching there into advanced coal mine. And after that also coal mining optimization. Next day the hazard is gone, so at least there is this change again. Yeah, so we are down to 460 per day for the generator. So it was only the generator, it was not including the steam hubs and heaters. This would have broken us probably, but that was okay. So we have a nice surplus there again. Let's deactivate the overdrive for the daytime. And 120 negative once more. So it is also now really cold in those houses. Once again, we will need to use the overdrive then to make everything work. It's at least chilly though in the gathering post, and it's not getting worse than that. Right, so this is as cold as it gets. And even then we have really nice temperatures there for my coal industry. And there we also have the advanced wall drill now, and the steam coal and the advanced steam coal mines then. Yeah, second night overdrive is working, as we can see. Those infirmaries are not enough anymore. With 300 people we need more. So this one here we would need to activate then soon. Let's just let the storm run out. And with that we can also turn it down on the overdrive and the steam level once more. We can activate now the second infirmary with the right amount of heating. We can, yeah, treat now up to 80 people at the same time. Research continues, production continues. And we continue onwards in the next episode with more researching, scouting especially. I want to get more relics. And we might actually also start the first settlement. Stay tuned!
Work shift begins.
Greetings everyone, and welcome back to Frostpunk Day 55 it is, and we have just survived another severe storm. We are looking at 3 temperatures drop, so it's getting colder on the baseline, right? So probably looking at negative 90 degrees and then probably 80 degrees negative there permanently, something like that. We also have a new hazard. People are falling ill more easily, beware of the cold. So yeah, higher sick rates. Just on time really. We have the next infirmary then ready. We can actually activate this, it's working, so lots of people can get treated at the same time. And with that we should hopefully fight that hazard there just fine. My scouts are on the way right now. We want to find more relics, and also what I would like to start now is actually my settlements, right? So with that we can go ahead and have the transport depot. Allows us to dispatch and receive supply shipments, construction teams which establish supply connections and can be formed here. So we have one. I think we only have one anyway, right? It's just this one. Yeah, might actually just be this one there. And I think we can then supply several of them, hopefully. And let's get us this road all the way then to my settlement. By now, I'm not scared of the road costs anymore. And there is even this steel wreckage there from the beginning, and we might just claim it for us. Nah, not really. Why should I do this? Just let's get this very long road over there to also finish this. Next up, coal mining rationalization. Coal mines are more efficient. Once I have more steam cores, we might then also look at coal mines in the future. Now, that also concludes the resource tree as far as I can see. Yep. We have food. Finished their house redesign I could still do, so houses are cheaper. Let's go ahead with this. Why not? That's on the way now. Also, another thing I would actually like to do is starting with a few gardens and stuff like that, right? We do have medium-sized heated gardens, we have small heated winter gardens, and we have squares. So with that you can actually start having smaller gardens for people to enjoy, right? And yeah, just enjoy the day really. So let's have a garden then over there in this tiny spot. It's also a really nice thing of just, you know, using the smaller spaces that we have. With that, also we can have street lamps. They don't really cost anything, right, other than steel. So having some steel lamps here by the crossroads would make sense, I guess. And then probably also scattered through my settlement there. This is just decoration and will lead to nice lighting effects then in the night. Right, some decorations there. We have the spare steel for this, and then I would like to have probably a nice square for that, for those archives then that we can build at some point. One garden, I might actually then squeeze in another garden somewhere here, for example. Meanwhile, we continue, of course, with the exploration. Hot springs. No, actually, we've been there before. Round rock. There's those lamps now coming, right? Some lamp posts here in the center, just adding a bit. Meanwhile, we also continue this construction. It's really far away, and those people have a long way ahead of them. Ice obelisk, and we go to large crater. Alright, and there we have it. Transport depot is ready for action, right? And here we can now create a construction team. And this one needs 10 workers, 50 steel, 50 wood. And this one we can send out to one of these settlements now, like the hot springs. And we can then start relations with them and also get resources. So hot springs, I think it was food. The shipwreck camp. I don't even know what the shipwreck camp was. And the children's mine, that's coal. I think we can actually go for the children's mine to start with. And off we go. The next one, we must have 10 citizens available again. That is something I don't have actually at the moment. So, no can do. And after a while, all of them arrive. And with that, we can start the trading depot with the children's mine. There you go. Children's mine, our first settlement. Population of 47. That's all they have there right now. Right now, there's nothing. No shipments or something like that. But right now, we have nothing else here, right? So favor is average and relations is neutral. And now we can start actually interacting them with them. I think there will be then, yeah, some quests coming in and stuff like that. On Endless, honestly, I've never really made it up to the top with these guys here. Let's just see what happens there. Round rock it is, and circle of stones, that's most likely survivors. There's also survivors in the large crater this time around. Let's escort them to the city so we can speed it up. And isolated shelter. Yeah, so we are most likely looking at 2 waves of survivors coming in. I like that. We can already prepare then here my next houses. Oh, really? This tiny spot here I cannot use? And we also have now the administration is necessary for contacting other settlements, right? So there's going to be some nice representative buildings now. I like that. So I like how the challenge shifts then, right? From pure survival over to relations and stuff like that. What could we use in here? This is a tricky one. That infirmary. That infirmary is a bit in the way here. Alright, yep, we're looking then at negative 100 again, continuously. What to do? House redesign, there you go. That's okay. And I think, yeah, we're now really done with the food. We're really done with the resources. We're really done with the heating. I could really go for the range upgrade there. Let's do it once. The 50% farther. We're going to have some overlapping, but I will have also these empty spaces there that we haven't heated yet. Also, I can actually have another row of hothouses here without building another steam hub, right? Because it will then be hopefully within range. But this is not so bad. Plus, our districts can become bigger. Food-wise, it's fine, right? So I might actually switch now to standard meals. And we can just see how that turns then, right? So right now we have a production of 700 per day. And switching that to standard meal now brings it down to 560. It's still a nice surplus, but it's significantly less than before. And with that we have standard meals now, and this actually will further reduce discontent. Bad food is still the factor here that we hopefully get rid of now. That's a pretty important thing.
Work is over for today.
Alright. Day 56 is over. Day 57 will bring the temperature drop again. Risk of falling ill, we haven't really felt that yet because the heating is fine everywhere and infirmaries heal people so quickly that it doesn't matter at this point. What matters to me is that we might actually get us more workers out there and use more engineers on coal. I don't know. Or we use them out here on the sawmills. Yeah, let's go ahead with this. I would like to get more relations up, right? So let's get another construction team on the way to the hot springs. And let's get another construction team on the way to the shipwreck camp. Alright, Circle of Stones, survivors, let's escort them. The two jolly good. Look at that. It only takes it 1 day out there with the survivors to get back home. If we would have sent the survivors off, it would probably take more than 5 days, this distance here, and they would certainly not survive. So we need to do it like that. Isolated shelters, steam cores, 3 of them as well. That's great stuff. And we might actually move over to the stone obelisk there now. Let's not forget about our special actions. And the next survivors come in. With that, we're 360. Oh, I do actually have some homeless now. I did not expect that. I should actually have this house here then in the Steam Hub as well, right? Once the range upgrade comes, which happens today. Yeah, this will definitely happen now. And then we have a bigger range. I'm probably going to activate this setting then right away. It's automatically activating for all Steam Hubs, which is dangerous, right? Because this will bump it up now on the Steam Hubs for the coal consumption. So I don't need it everywhere, of course. We can decide ourselves, right? So here we have now the range upgrade, of course, and here we have the range upgrade. This will not work for the hothouse, I guess. Oh, it does! Very good! Right, so we can actually add more hothouses here now without an additional Steam Hub. Out here, we are still not using it anyway. Yeah, that's fine. And here now, we affect more people at the same time. Also, that infirmary is now affected by the Steam Hub, right? So that's pretty great as well. With that, more houses in one. There's more survivors coming in, so I still need to get more... I still will need to do more houses that we built, and I would also like to go ahead with a few more gardens or something. This one has now the range. Another garden here perhaps, or over here. This one has the heat range now. And this one has the heat range. I want more gardens. It makes people happy. Also, there's an achievement for that. So why not? Alright, house is built. So these guys have it now too. Yeah, let's keep those scouts already. We have the hot springs. The next trading camp has been established. Right, so it's 35 now for these. And also, there they are. The last one, the shipwreck camp. Also here, 54 people. It's really not a lot of people in there. And we also start now relations with them. And let's actually disband that scout team there, because we don't really need them. Research-wise, Steam Hub efficiency upgrade. Steam Hubs will burn 33% less coal. That's pretty great. And this actually then compensates most of the, increased consumption because of range already again. I love that town. Honestly, it's looking fantastic with the smoke coming out. Beautiful. This game is just amazing. Alright, next up, yep, we can still use this district here. And we are going to do this. I'm still a bit annoyed by that square there. There is unfortunately no real usage for this, right? There's nothing smaller here. This is a bit of a missed opportunity. And there's really nothing I could squeeze in there, unfortunately. A field kitchen might work, but then again, I don't really need that. Yeah, a field kitchen might work, but for what exactly? Right, so we're just going to keep that space empty there. It's okay. It's a smaller space for people then to enjoy the day or something. Yeah, let's continue onwards then with this row here full. To that street. That street we might also need to move again a bit then. Or do we? No, we don't. Perfect. Build my busy bees. We have then enough space for those survivors, and with that we probably push 400 before that storm hits us. Of course, yeah, food consumption goes up with all of these survivors, so I definitely want to also have then my next industrial hothouses ready, and we're probably going to build 2 somewhere here then, right? So let's just make sure that we have that range. There it is, number 1. Number 2 I cannot build yet. I can actually build a normal hothouse though, right? That we can upgrade then. Let's just do it like that. And just behind them, perfect, we have then the 2 coal deposits that I can also use. And we can then have another shrine here that then also boosts these hothouses plus the coal mines. So this is then also a nice, cozy industry zone coming out for us. Tomorrow, we'll need to activate the next Steam level once again. And there's the survivors coming in, pushing to 409 now. We have 4, still need to build 2 more houses. There you go. And there's a nice gathering place here. Let's just say it's a gathering place. There it is, 80 degrees. Let's increase Steam level 3. Once again, the hope goes down all the way really to 0. Are you kidding me? Yeah, we're getting that hold level. This is a bit strange, honestly, but okay. What we can do, this whole district there still needs the House of Prayer, right? It doesn't have that yet. So I might squeeze it in here. There is actually one already. So over there we can squeeze in another one. Honestly, I haven't even any idea how we could further boost the hope. Working near shrines is always a boost, right? So we could also give those sawmills a shrine, even though one of them will have to move probably soon. They're already working. Then we have the shrine here now for the hothouses and the coal mines then, boosting them and their hope. Let's give that Steam Steelworks over there a shrine of its own. Everybody working close to a shrine actually gets a permanent hope bonus, so this is something we should really use to the maximum there, right? There is also then here the cookhouse, but that already has it. Yeah, then I think all the most important ones have it. And there's also the gardens, right? So in there we have a nice beautiful garden where people can enjoy the day. So that we also have some, yeah, plants and stuff like that. Next scout has returned, and this scout now comes to the obelisk, and then we'll send it home. Yeah, as expected, there's nothing. It was a tiny chance. Let's get that scout back home too. And the next 2 hothouses already. We have enough kits, so I would like to continue using kits for this. And let's bump it up there on the extended shift. Plus the heater, there's the shrine, so those people are also then a bit Right, and as we can see, yeah, with all of this, we're very close on the coal now again. So I'm really looking at that 33% reduction. And hothouses, this will also be, yeah, we can feel that. I will probably need another cookhouse soon. Hope goes up right now in the evening. Thanks to everybody really being close to a shrine. As we can see this, the temple, and also living near a house of prayer. And we have 409 living near a house of prayer, so everybody lives near a church or something. Steam hub efficiency. And as we can see, this is bumping it down, so we have a bigger margin there again of 700 coal per day. And the other scout team we can still also disband now. Next research, the efficiency upgrade is through. Generator range upgrade is useless. So we might... Yeah, we have everything here that I need ever. So we might actually move now into the factory. Not that I really build it now, but we can prepare it already. So the next temperature drop, -90. Now actually we need to keep steam level 4 activated, right? So I cannot fiddle my way around that anymore. And then we have the storm coming in once again with 120 degrees. And with that steam level 4, we are now very close to the maximum. Still, we have that slight positive balance. Now, I probably will also need to activate then here, yep, the steam hub now, daytime, for my coal industry, for both of them. And this then unfortunately will definitely put me into a negative balance there, right? So coal is not secured yet, but we have enough on the surplus there to actually make it work like that. Yeah, here, the field kitchen we probably need to activate, so that's a bit livable actually in those sawmills there. And the steam still works here, we probably just deactivate straight right now. There's no reason for this. Alright, the log is looking a bit cleaner again. And now it's just about surviving that storm. Really nothing else. We have now also the next industrial hothouse ready. And as we can see, we're really pumping out now raw food. That means we don't have enough capacity in one cookhouse anymore. So we might actually think about a second cookhouse now. This is a pretty big building. So yeah, having it somewhere here in the center might make sense. Over there, right? So we have it then for those guys. Because people, of course, need to move to those cookhouses. And, or, yeah, this is also a perfect slot. Unfortunately, there's no steam hub. Let's use it here in this district. But once again, there's also no steam hub. Over there, here in the back, we have a room for it. For another cookhouse. Or in the industry zone. Questions upon questions, right? I think let's have it on the other side of the city. So we have two cookhouses on opposite sides. That should be easier for people. And with that, we can process all that raw food faster. Factory researched. We are not going to build it now, but we can then soon. And with that, we also have now the prosthesis, and we can finally get amputees back to life. They don't need to live in a care house then anymore, but can rather just work out or, yeah, walk around if that matters. Second cookhouse ready. All the way out here. And this will then process my food now faster. Alright, so we have now 900 per day with close to 500 raw food coming in. And that's the standard meal already. And then there's the factory. Then there's the next storm. This is actually a bit trickier around because two things come together. The treacherous cold, right, will last all the way through the storm here. People are falling ill more easily. Together with that storm, it might actually snowball. So there we need to be a bit careful. All infirmaries are activated though now, so that's up to 80 beds that we should be able then to utilize here. Right now, there's not that many sick, but the huge temperature drop is still coming. We don't... Yeah, let's actually activate the overdrive for now. So the generator is pumping. Getting that heat out. So that we can keep the sickness down. And even then it's climbing rapidly. Oh, we might actually go into the capacity there. 6 CDs for the first night. now we have 120 negative. Let's deactivate the overdrive for now. At least the hazard is gone. For the second night, we will not face it. And yeah, it's very cold now in all the homes. Going to let this run a bit. And then probably around late afternoon, I'm going to activate the overdrive, and it should then last through the night. Let's activate it now. Yeah, automation, automaton integration. There's lots of tech now here that we can already work in advance. But they will need a lot of steam cores, so I'm going to wait on that. Alright, overdrive working. It's actually now chilly, but that's okay. 36. We probably will reach capacity now during this night. I'm fully expecting this. Yeah, there it is. Capacity has been reached. How many more sick do we get? 20 more. So I'm actually 1 infirmary short right now if I want to treat everyone at the same time. However, since recovery rates are so nice, I don't really see a problem there at this point. Yeah, we're only at 50% stress level there too, so I can once again turn it off. Temperatures are going back to normal. And we continue onwards in the next episode. More relics, and now also the administration for settlement relationships. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Frostpunk Extreme once more. Day 62 it is. The storm has been survived, and yeah, we are still curing the sick from it. So this is still going to take the whole day, I think. But other than that, my scouts are already on the way out again, and we continue at a bit of a faster pace now, because a lot of things are repeating themselves, like scouting points, like also finding then relics. So we are going to accelerate this to continue with the expansion. And yeah, the first thing that I would like to do is now add the administration, and with that we can then start communication with my other settlements. For this, let's add a bigger plaza or something like that, just something that actually just gives me some representative, right? Like a big plaza behind my cookhouse. Why not? On the way to the settlement over there, where we can have this, right? And behind this big plaza then, so first of all we have a street then here, right? Also, and then we have the administration just over there. Yeah, in the middle of this big plaza then here as a representative building, and this will make sure that we can then start also with the communications with the other settlements. Also, just for the heck of it, we could also have some street lamps here, one here and one here on either side, and the same goes on the lower side of the plaza, so that the plaza is illuminated at all times. There's also quite a bit of space here that we can use for additional roads, so this looks all a bit more, you know, maintained and not too much snow, because we definitely want to push back the snow there a bit. So this is going to be a nice little area with the administration that we're building now. Also, the next tag we can go automaton redesign. So automatons cost less resources than in general. That square is on its way now. There it is. And with that also the administration then here. I don't think we need to actually heat the administration, right? People in there seem to be just fine. Now with that we start the communication with them. Thank you for establishing the trading depot. Now we will be able to help each other, and yeah, that's great. And also next up the hot springs, and next up we have then also the shipwreck camp, right? So there it is. And with that, we can now have also these requests then for all of them, right? And we can, yeah, help them with stuff. We can send, for example, resources over so they can actually start, for example, like this one here, basic dwellings. So this is actually pretty fun, I think. We can also send them some engineers if we have them left over and stuff like that, right? And yeah, let's actually start with that right away. So we can start by helping them repairing the homes for the children mines, for example. The shipment is en route now. We can also give the hot springs some basic dwellings here. They live in terrible conditions right now in caves, and with that we can help them actually. And then we also have the shipwreck camp, and we can raise food availability for them, right? Also, this is en route now, going to take a bit of time. Steam cores, that was actually a close one with the whalers there. That's great. We have 2 steam cores. That's not enough, by far. But what we aim to do there still. And also this area is now complete. I think this is actually quite nice looking. It's okay. Also on the map we can see now these transports getting over there, right? So it's actually not that long taking. Outcoming, we have now these 3, and there's actually incoming also some coal and some food from the other settlements. They're sending us what they can do, even though of course they don't really have to. Alright, unfortunately a new hazard, strong winds. The weather is trying to do us in again. Owing to large atmospheric pressure gradients, strong winds are predicted. All scout teams and transports will have to travel at half speed. Yeah, this is problematic, so we will probably not be able to scout as much as I would love to. But it's one of the weaker hazards, honestly, at this point. So it's not as severe as the hothouses don't produce food anymore or the coal thumpers don't work anymore. This would be way more severe. And for these hazards, I'm stockpiling, right? But we were a bit lucky there. Alright, the settlements came in. So in this case here, we helped them. We can actually continue with that. Trade resources for wood and steel. We can send the shipwreck camps some engineers. Let's do this. We can also send some helping hands to the children's mine. Let's do this. And for the hot springs, also some helping hands. We have plenty of workers right now, right? So I can just send them out there as well. And we have bad news. The storm damaged the installation that heats our plants and some crops were destroyed. Repairs and replanting will take a lot of time. This includes all outgoing incoming shipments for the next days. We'll see what we can do. Emergency aid will be unlocked for them. Alright, there it is. 250 wood, that's a lot. But we can send, so let's do this. Yeah, we will need more wood. And we are grateful for your aid. Thanks to it, Hot Springs is thriving once again. Large crater, once again we have survivors. Let's escort them back home. We actually lost some people there again, right? Because we're sending help to the other settlements. So whenever we do this, helping hands, we lose those guys. So I'm probably not going to do it too often right now. We could also just help them in other ways, like boiler repair. This would actually cost me steam cores. I'm not doing this. We have enough engineers though, so I could provide them with some healthcare. Let's actually send this over. And that's it for now, right? I really don't want to help too many times there if I can't afford it that much. Like right now. Alright, food-wise, we're completely stuffed, so this is why I'm also building another large resource depot here for food rations and also for raw food. And we might need also another coal large resource depot that we can then also build over there. This is getting really full here. Another thing we can do is build the archives, right? That is something I haven't done yet. There they are. Oh, we cannot afford them. It's so much wood that I don't have that. Alright, no biggie. Your people demand to be given a separate heated plot for cultivation so they can grow their own food. Introducing divisions where none are necessary would not serve our community well in the long run. Could you please talk some sense into them? My people are right. Or you're right. Yeah. Let's get some discontent rise there. It's fine. Really, if you think you need to argue with us now, go ahead and do this. Alright, also, the survivors come in. And Circle of Stone, more survivors. Let's escort them back home there as well. So that's great. 2 waves of survivors plus a relic coming in. This was a successful haul, even though we had that hazard there going, right? So I'm happy with how it went. We will definitely need a few more houses, though, for those incoming survivors. So that's the great thing about the steam hubs now. This one here especially, so we can still have a bunch of houses then here in that steam hub range. 3 more. Right, and then probably here as well, just beside that cookhouse there. I can also go with another one. Automatons are getting boosted further, their work efficiency all the way up to 100. And yeah, they're back home. We can actually then disband them, but I'm going to wait on that a bit more. We still don't have enough wood for the archives, especially since I need to continue building those houses. And I actually have the extended shift right now activated, just so that we have everything here set. Alright, there should also be some steam cores coming in, right? 3. Yeah, it's okay. 3 steam cores is okay. Because I would like to start with also getting some coal mines out then soon. There's all the survivors and all the scout teams in. So let's go ahead and disband them once more. We got 434, so this is a nice growth. And we got 5 steam cores that we can now use then also for some coal mining. Or we are going to use them to advance our relationship with the other settlements. I think coal we are fine, so we could advance the relationship, right? That's over here then. But right now we cannot do this because, yeah, everybody's back home now for the storm. The next automaton integration has been finished. Yeah, we could go for medical now. Just on time. We also have the next large resource depot ready. We're past 20,000 coal. And yeah, also we have the resources, 1,000 wood. So what we can do is now finally also build the archives. And that's another huge building. So I think it might make sense then also once again here somewhere. We could have another plaza area over there, right? That then provides the space for those archives. I think that should work out. Yes, I think this looks like a nice one. You cannot really have it central, right? So there is some offset, of course, unfortunately, but it's a tiny offset like this one here. There you go. Let's have it. And yeah, might also go for some large gardens if I can afford this. Might make people very happy. So there it is. Actually, large garden we could have then over there, something like that, and then some more houses and another steam hub. I can see a new district here forming up then as well, where there is only snow right now. They're building this, definitely also road connection all the way to the other side. And next day storm again, but that's okay. Archives I think will take quite some time, yeah. It's a pretty big building. And let's actually also go ahead with some more street lamps here, and here. Providing light where there is only darkness. Alright, next storm, that's okay. We are fully prepared for this. We can still go ahead with another infirmary though. Last time it wasn't enough anymore. And I would probably like to achieve that. Having room for everyone at once. So that infirmary we can probably have then here in infirmary gardens. Or, or actually here in the back might also be something. I need that space for more hothouses then. Actually, I have no idea where I put the next infirmary. Let's just not do it for now. There it is. Let's raise to steam level 4. Some buildings will not work anymore, like the hothouses. Some others will need to deactivate, like the sawmills. And the steelworks here. And also the gardens do not function during the storm, but that's okay. And I think we're about to finish now the archives then as well. There it is, a beautiful big building. We might actually have some more streets around it then, here and here. Right, and this one here now has the relics stored, so we got 2 out of 15. And we can just look up history on, for example, how bunkhouses came along, right? How we did find the St. Edward's crown. We found that on day 50. That's pretty cool, I think. So if you want to read on that, just pause the video now and then you can read through that if you're interested in the story. There's really a lot of it. Once again, negative 120. I'm going to keep that overdrive active for full 24 hours. So the whole day basically and the night is just overdrive. This should keep sickness to a minimum. So let's just see how that changes the sickness rate, right? Perhaps actually we have then enough beds. I think we're actually done with the researching. I could go with... No, really. We have fully researched the factory now. There's still the charcoal kilns that I could go for. Let's just go for them placebo-wise. I think there's also an achievement. Just having charcoal kilns activated, we might go for this. But just for completion's sake. Let's also research this. Beautiful town there is. Also, I really love that square. And we're probably going to add some gardens left and right then too. So, the problem is, even with overdrive working through 24 hours, sickness rate is more than we can handle, but it's okay. There it is, back to normal again. We can actually also reduce the level, and once again, a new day is dawning after the storm. So we have the option now using my steam core for additional coal production. I don't think we need that, honestly, right? There's another temperature increase to 60 again, so we can even tone it down there. So what I would like to use the steam cores for is sending it to the settlements, right? That is something we can do. And like, for example, for the shipwreck camp, we can have a boiler reparation there and can be used to heat the homes there. Let's send that over. We can use a steam core for the coal mine in the children's mine. So maintenance of the coal mine. Let's... Oh, I cannot send this over. Now I can send it. And then we have the hot springs for the pump engine. With a new engine and a bit of work, we can raise the output of the pumps that heat the crops. This would allow the locals to expand their food production. Let's go ahead and also send this over. And with that, we're actually out of wood. And sir, we've been asked to mediate a dispute between two settlements. Scouts from Shipwreck Camp found a steam core, perhaps uncovered by the last storm. The people from Hot Springs argued that it belongs to them and was lost when they first arrived in this area. Even before they founded the settlement, they claimed to recognize the serial number, but why would they need a steam core? It belongs to us. No. Let's give it to the Shipwreck Camp. They found it. Not the Hot Springs. Let's activate the sawmills again. Holy cow, we are really low on wood. I'm going to put the extended shift on here for the steam sawmills. And we might actually build another steam sawmill. Yep. Plus, we're going to run out here of logs soon now. So we're going to will build 3 steam sawmills here in this area to cut it all down, right? So, but we're on our way to the steam wall drill. Medium term wise. That's something. So there's quite a lot of stuff going now out and forward. I will not address long hours of toil. Alright, there is one of these food shortages now. So a spell of bad weather with sudden temperature changes has forced game animals to seek shelter in new places, while at the same time overwhelming the environmental controls of our hothouses. All raw food sources will have reduced output. How much reduced? That's the question. Yeah, it's now equal, so we are down to 388. So we have a slight negative balance there now, but we have 7,000 food stored, so I think we'll be fine, but just keep it running. To be absolutely safe, we could just build another host house and would be fine then anyway. But yeah, it was to be expected to get to us at some point. To affect the hot houses, that is, right? I was looking there with my settlements. The shipwreck camp, they would need a bit more coal. We can send it to that, and also some food. And the children's mine has nothing right now they would need. Alright, we need help. The storm damaged many buildings. Children are freezing and they will start getting sick soon. We need to obtain much more wood. Alright, we see what we can do. How much wood are we talking about? Emergency aid. Yeah, we can do this. Let's send it over. And thank you for your help. Now we will be able to solve the problem quickly. This is why you need to have a lot of stockpile. We have almost no steel and no wood. This is really not good. I'm going to put the extended shift on the steel for both of them again. But at the same time, once we have enough resources, I'm going to build me some more steam sawmills. There it is, right? We need 50 wood actually. There it is. And with that, look at that range. It's beautiful. Let's have another steam one here. And let's have another one here. So we can really deplete all of those supplies then, right? However, we need a lot of wood now for the roads then. There you go. And they probably will also want then a shrine, so we can further boost them. Have a shrine over there. And for heating, I might actually look at the field kitchen then. Nothing else would be really valuable out there. My transporters are back home, by the way. Let's disband them. That's a bit of wood coming in again. Steam cores or survivors, please give me either. I don't care about anything else really. There they are, both of them, and we can of course staff both of them fully. And they have livable. I mean, it's getting a bit colder tomorrow, but that'll be fine. Charcoal has also been fully researched, and with that, we are done with the researching. There's nothing else I would need to do here, so we can basically turn them off and save also on the heating then, right? There's no reason why we should keep these workshops then on any longer. The researching is officially done. Alright, we believe that as we work together, we also should live together, and our families have lodged workers from your settlement in their homes. Now, however, some of your people ask when will they be able to move to their own quarters. This is an affront to our hospitality, but aside from that, we just don't have enough homes. And yeah, we'll build them 100 wood we send over there. Of course, you can have those homes. We have enough wood since, both of my sawmills are now fully working up there. This one is empty now. Both of them are empty actually, so we can dismantle now those 2 steam sawmills here that we had, and the field kitchen as well. We don't need all 3 of them anymore at all. So this is then basically now just available building space then as well. Also, all 3 scouts return now, some of them with survivors as well, so we probably will breach 500 people now. That would be my goal. And also 2 relics are coming in as well out of all of this. So this was once again a very successful haul for this season. And they come back home then with relics and survivors. However, we are getting a bit busted now on the living space, so I will most likely need to build another steam up now. This area here we can now activate for all of these, right? This will of course increase my coal consumption, and for that we will probably need then to prepare also a coal mine, then a proper one. But let's just go ahead and build us those homes now. And then we have that space in here where I might actually just continue then building me another infirmary, right? Because we can actually squeeze in some 2 more infirmaries here. This makes sense to me. So let's build 1 more to get in this area as well. And since those people of course want to pray sometimes, there's the House of Prayer. They're actually within range anyway. And with this, Winterbourne gets a whole new district building up. And there's the survivors, and yeah, we still have some homeless. There's also the relics. And let's get that next infirmary up and running. Perfect. How's my coal now looking? Tight. And we're not even on the fullest level yet, right? So we definitely will need to work on a bit more coal consumption for the future. Production, especially since we get more steam ups on the way. Food-wise, we're actually fine despite that shortage. So in 2 days it's over. Going right into the storm for 3 days we have reduced production, and then it goes back to normal, but that is absolutely fine. And there it is, also survive 75 days without an automaton. We have made that achievement, and in that case now I could start with the automation for example steam sawmills, and they could work then through the storm using an automaton on them. That would be another new target now, another new goal that we have. Automation. And once again, negative 120 degrees. Once again, sickness goes up. How much though? Oh, really? People are furious. I did not expect this anytime soon anymore. We have over 100 sick. And yeah, we don't have enough sick beds for all of them. So once again, with all the growth coming in, 500 almost. We need more infirmaries then as well. Again, of course. Very good. Storm is over. Temperatures go up. The discontent falls again. And we can go back to normal. And that is also finally normally producing food again, right? And also then continue with our settlements. So we can continue giving them helping hands. Yeah, we're going to lose some people again because we need to send more people to those settlements if we really want to bump it up there on the survivor scale. And once again, we're going to look at relics that we can find, and we continue onwards in the next episode with more survivors. Now then also automation and more settlement relationships. Stay tuned! Hello everyone, how good of you to join, and welcome back to Frostpunk Extreme. Now, the survival part officially is kind of like over, right? So we are having a very good stable city. We are on day 79 right now, and we have still goals ahead of us. The first one is, of course, to continue developing those settlements. And the second one is then to automate production, and those two things are going to keep us busy for a while. Now, we have this cool looking plaza over there. And we actually have a new hazard. I'm going ahead now, and we're going to build those gardens, and you will see one thing right away. They cost a ridiculous amount of steel now, right? And we had this thing here, the brittle steel. All construction activity is consuming more steel now. That's a new hazard, and it's going to keep us busy until the next storm. Lucky us, we do have a very high steel production running right now with 2 fully developed steam steel works, also boosted by the shrines. So I'm not expecting anything out of negative out of that. The only thing is that this is the full potential, right? There's no more steel on this map that we have available, unfortunately. So in this case here, we definitely need to keep those going at maximum efficiency at all times. There's then my second one, also at 120%. Now, a new event, the hot springs. We have bad news. The storm damaged the installation that heats our plants, and some crops were destroyed. Repairs and replanting will take a lot of time and effort, and we must suspend all other work to save the harvest. This includes all outgoing and incoming shipments during the next 3 days. Alright, emergency will be unlocked. So we need to keep that going, right? So emergency aid, we can send this one over now. And we have 500 people, and we have the workforce. I would love to grow, but I would also like to continue boosting those settlements here. So we're going to also send 15 workers to Helping Hands for the hot springs, right? So they're going to also get some workforce from us. We can do the same thing for the shipwreck camp, some 10 engineers that we're sending over there. And we can also raise the wood production. This will cost me 2 steam cores and a lot of production. Now, in this case here, we have 3 steam cores. We can find more. I was intending actually on building my coal mines now. We don't really need to, so I would rather keep going and boosting them, right? So I'm also going to make those 2, the care house for the shipwreck camp, and there's a disease outbreak, and building a care house and sending more engineers would ease their suffering, and also then building more sawmills for them. And then we have the children's mine. They would need more helping hands, and we can help them sending more people with resources for their own housing. So let's also go ahead and send this one over. Now, next up we have this. We're grateful for your aid. Thank you very much. And in this case, we can continue onwards now here. Though, of course, we lost quite a bit of workforce there as well as outbound. There's a lot of outbound stuff now, right? There's also something incoming, and that is some coal and some wood, some food, right? So those are also incoming passively. They're supplying us here with that. This is really cool, I think. Now, these scouts are on the way. I think I also have... Do I have another action that I can take here somewhere? And where's my temple? There it is, right? No, we have no actions available right now. So this is all fine. And we continue at a faster pace with scouting. Now, with that out of the way, we have more requests again. So the children's mine would like to have a cookhouse. Let's send this to them. Also a bunkhouse, or bunkhouses, so the storms are easier for them. And no, I'm not going to send even more people over, even though we would have them at this point. I can also give them an upgrade to their coal mines for another steam core. Let's do this. The hot springs would need bunkhouses too. A composting pit. Their dead bodies. There will be turned fertilizers over time, greatly enriching the soil, and hot springs will give us 30 raw food in addition. And then we have also the shipwreck camp. There it is, with a warehouse they would like to have, and we could send them over. Oh, we have more than 6 expeditions going outbound right now. We can also send them some coal there. There's really a lot of stuff that we can send right now. I love this, so we are able to supply these settlements here. Buried Hamlet, more survivors again. Let's escort them back home. That's actually quite a lot. And this will compensate then, of course, already the losses that we had out of this. And also a new relic for 150 steel. Another relic comes back home as well. Alright, the shipwreck camp. Some of your men are so distrustful towards us that they don't want to work with us. We understand their concerns, but we had hoped that since we've managed to build an honest community, we deserve at least the benefit of the doubt. You seem to benefit from our cooperation. Let the past lay buried deep under the snow. Do we have your trust? You have to earn it first. Yes, I'll talk to my people, and my discontent will rise slightly, but they will be pleased. Let's do this. Right, so as we can see, we are actually the furthest now with them. So up to level 5 it goes then, and improve the healthcare and help procure steel for those. For the hot springs, we need to raise food production further, building advanced facilities. And for the children's mine, we need to build the cookhouse and yeah, raise the coal extraction that we can get out of them. A new hazard, frozen coal deposits. The last storm has caused a serious problem due to sudden weather changes. Ice has covered all coal deposits. All coal producing facilities will work at only 30% efficiency. Yeah, this is a problem. So we have our coal here right now, and this is now severely reduced, right? This will definitely lead to an imbalance here. So we're losing about 1,300 coal per day now for 6 days at least. We can counter this with something that I wanted to do anyway, and that is, of course, boosting or, yeah, building another coal thumper, because we are basically on our way here to really start with the, or really having the steam level 4 active at all times. That would be my long-term goal here. So let's have another coal thumper then, somewhere around here, where we can still have it close to a steam hub. Right, and it's on the other side. We could also have it here, so this would look cooler, I think, because then we have those 3 together. But I think over here will also be just fine. And with that, let's build one here as well. And this one has then also, of course, the gathering posts, number 1 and 2. And we already have, yeah, I could have another one then here somewhere for this one too. I think let's do this. Yeah, very good. And with that, a new coal industry is coming up. We have enough workforce. We have 120 engineers to maintain this right now. So this should counter it a bit. Of course, we will still continue to lose a bit of coal there now. I mean, we have hot houses there right now. Everything basically. So I could even afford the steam level 2 for a while, right? And even then it's fine. And this one, yeah, will reduce my coal there a bit. Even though the generator is not the one that's consuming most of the coal. It's actually the heaters now and then the steam hubs. So those guys here, we could also, for example, turn off from time to time. The storm hit us hard in our most vulnerable point, our food supply. Perhaps the warehouse workers have failed to secure it properly, but this is not the time to look for the guilty. We must now dedicate all our efforts to regaining food security, and we get a new emergency fund for these guys. If only I would find it. Children's Mine, there it is. 250 food we can send them right away. Alright, what do we have here? The broken tree. Sometimes it has something, sometimes it does not. I would really like to get a few more steam cores, please. This is actually something we should need urgent. But it's getting rarer. Steam lorry could have something. Alright, just when I was moaning about it again, steam lorry had some 2 steam cores. Perfect. With the next storm coming in, it's really a problem right now with the frozen coal deposits. I won't address this right now. The thing is, we're losing now. We're bleeding a lot of coal, right? So 1,500 almost per day. And the storm is on the horizon. The next 3 days will be a bit critical for this. And we still need to raise it now to steam level 4 as well, to really keep homes also warm, right? And with that, we're now bleeding a lot of coal. So 2,000 per day right now. You can see how this accelerates them. I mean, of course, we have stockpiled so much coal that I think we're going to be really fine on this. But of course, these are the emergencies that you need to absolutely prepare for. And for that, I would also like to continue expanding my food supplies and my resources, because the bigger we get, the more fragile we actually get when it comes to those supplies. And that is also something that this game shows so nicely. The next storm, of course, once again, 120 degrees tomorrow. Overdrive will solve the problem. After the storm, we do have some 6 steam cores, so we can continue with our projects here. The new pipes for hot springs, so with more pipes carrying hot water to the crops. The cultivated area can be expanded to raise the food production. And with that, we also get more food than in return. I think there was another one, right? Yeah, we have the proper infirmaries here and the metal cutting tools. So the shipwreck camp actually needs 4 more steam cores. And with the metal cutting tools, they can cut through the wax more efficiently. Thus will also output more steel then. So let's go ahead. And the proper infirmaries, to completely solve the problem with healthcare access in shipwreck camp, we can build a few infirmaries for them. Additional engineers will be required on top of that, but we got enough of that. So with that, once more, we are sending more resources out to really boost those settlements and help those people out over there as well. Winterbourne can provide. The hazard is gone, the storm is gone, and with that we have now a surplus production again. So we're producing 4,500 coal per day and only consume 3,200, and that is my intention here to continue with that. We will also be able to go down to steam level 2 again after that temperature increase tomorrow, and we're also coming close into the day 100. Now the shipwreck camp has a pretty severe one, which costs a lot of resources. Some residents of shipwreck camp want to move outside of the settlement. What? Away from the people they don't trust anymore. We can help them build separate quarters. Holy cow, these people are stupid, right? So in this case, we have already been helping them. Now they want to separate each other. Alright, heated bunkhouses will no longer be available after this one. Separate quarters. I don't know if this is actually an improvement. We could have the heated bunkhouses though. Yeah, I think this is actually either, right? So either we go with this or with this one here. And the residents need more houses, and we can provide materials and help them need to build them. We will not, however, interfere in their internal disputes, although this time they will be disappointed. Separate quarters will no longer be available. I think this is actually pretty good. Wood producing facilities will be 70% less efficient for the next 6 days. This is the hazard for this one. Alright, I can live with that, I guess. Even though it's of course not super ideal. Let's give them the heated bunkhouses, and let's also give them the charcoal kilns that they also want. I'm not going to send any personnel right now, right? So I'm just going to help out with some of these smaller projects. Alright, we are at level 5 now with the shipwreck camp as well. I wonder how high we can actually go, because I've never been this high with them. With the latest batch of survivors, we're at 580, and actually we are having some homeless again. So yeah, we need more space again. There's also another wave of survivors coming in as well, on its way right back home. So another district needs to be formed. And I think here, in this spot here, we have this nice area with another steam hub that we can then just add somewhere here, close to these resource depots, so we can close this gap here, right? And then finally have a consistent city there. For this, let's go ahead and start building some homes again. Probably then over here, just behind that church, right? And then another full level there of houses. The same goes on the other side. Yep, perfect. We can actually go with that. So that's a lot of homes that we can afford here, for a lot of more people, of course, together then with a steam hub. Let's just see how we can get that in the best, because I definitely don't want to have too much overlap there. I think this one, yeah, there will be a lot of overlap though. I can't really go around that. I could, oh wait a second, actually I could build this road there and then the steam hub here. This is a bit less of an overlap then, and that should be a bit better, right? So somewhere here, and we can still add then a few more buildings in between. Perfect. And we still have this area available for another infirmary if I would have the steam cores that we can have. Then there is quite a lot of space there. The case of an empty village, a new relic that is coming in. Look at how many people we have on the streets now. Going to the church there, to the various churches that we have. All of them, by the way, are also within the range of a house of prayer. So once again, this is also fine. I might actually still give me also a fighting arena for these guys. Once again, we want to get that passive bonus out as much as possible. I'm actually going with, yeah, one fighting arena here, right? And we can also have then one over there for these new guys. There you go. A bit of an overlap, but it's a cheap building. I'm fine with it. Yeah, and those people are freezing right now. They have no homes, but we are providing already. There you go. And another steam hub. Once again, of course, also raising then our coal consumption. Every one of these is really expensive at this point. And the next batch of survivors to 612 now where we are. Perfect. For the next storm. This will raise my food consumption once more. But also as we grow, we will need to have probably another batch of hothouses then ready as well. I've got 2 steam cores. Either I can use them once again for the settlement, or we use them for ourselves. Let's wait for after the storm. And with that, we are also going to reach now day 100. The next storm and also day 100 has started. 100 days we have survived. And for now, it looks like we will survive for the foreseeable future and might actually also survive the Ice Age. Doesn't mean we have a lot of problems right now at hand. My coal production really is still not as stable as I would like to have it to keep everyone permanently warm. Also, we have the constant problem of overwork, right? So we're still having extended shifts almost everywhere because basically I need that for a stable surplus. And then of course we have the settlement problem that I would still also like to solve. So still lots of the agenda. And once again, people are furious. I mean, I've already brought them through 100 days and they're still furious with me. Yeah, that's to be expected. Ungrateful pack that is. And also the hazard is gone again with that. A normalized wood production. Okay, the next one is actually a bit tricky. Our steam distribution network has become clogged. We raised the pressure slightly to clear the blockages, but for some time, all heat zones will be 20% smaller. Alright, we have the extended range already. It will still probably affect quite a few people. Yeah, a few houses are now chilly. Alright, the workplaces should be fine. We may not reach all of the gathering posts, but with the heater it's still fine too. So yeah, for now, first of all, we don't need the steam hubs there, and for now we should be fine. I will probably build a second district now just to compensate for some of the homes that are outside of the range, because people move then over to the warmer places automatically, right? So we don't reach the garden here, for example. Now the public house cannot be reached. Some houses here cannot be reached, so it might be safer to actually continue the expansion there of another road all the way around here. Probably, right? And try to squeeze in another up then here somewhere so we can actually get more people in. So this might be something I can do right now. We have the road here. Right, and then we have another road around that. And over there we can have now a steam hub. And all of these new people there will then have heated homes, right? For those that are outside of the heat range. Because this hazard is actually going through the storm, right? And that means those people would actually die from cold then. So we definitely need to do this preparation here. I'm already working on the second range, right, on the steam hubs, and it's still not enough. So we need to keep this in mind. So this actually adjusts us a bit, but it's fine. It's fine. Oh, and I think there is no road. Yeah. There you go. We can actually have this road then go all the way over there to the plaza. In this case, I wanted to build a big park there, right? So we're not going to have that road all the way then over. So we're just going to have it up there. And here I would like to have then a big park or something like that. Once again, the children's mine would like to get a few more things. We have also level 5 on them now. And we can send them child shelters, proper houses. The shipwreck camp is fine, and then we have the hot springs. They're also fine, except for that steam core they would like to get them. And thank you for your help. No problem, they had a food shortage there. Now, another thing, and that's the last time this is actually happening, we are going to build sawmills again. They've been going, getting us through all the first 100 days, right? And it's the last batches of trees that we have now. So there is one tree batch here that I can still use somehow. There you go. And let's just make sure that the road then goes over. I mean, we could have also a direct road from the center. That wouldn't look so clean though. So let's go from the resource depot all the way to the other side. And then probably to this one. And then we have still another batch of trees over here, right? This one is now running out then soon as well. So we should prepare this. Otherwise we are going to have not any wood production, right? And then we have it here. And we could have another one just to be safe here then as well, right? So these are the last steam sawmills now, or sawmills at all, that we are ever going to have. And let's just get this one all the way then over. And then we will need to start on the wall drills. Otherwise we will not have any wood anymore. And we constantly need the wood. Racket vehicle. Unfortunately we are super unlucky in this hole. So there's almost nothing actually that I can do with right now. No hot, no steam cores, no survivors. Yeah, by now my scouts return and we have a meager 3 steam cores. That was the whole from this in-between phase. That was really disappointing and sets us back a bit, unfortunately. Yeah, nothing you can do about that. Sometimes you're just unlucky. The cows right now and they complain that they're not getting enough food. Fix this. What? This is... I don't like the tone. And they won't recover if they aren't fed properly. It's like we're back in a chain gang on the construction site. And alright, they want this emergency fund, but we're super close now to the storm, so I'm not going to send anything over for now. Alright, do less harm. Sir, a doctor wants to talk to you about improving radical treatment. I was a field surgeon in the Boer War and worked with the Royal Society to reduce the to reduce the rate of the limb loss in army hospitals, I believe I can devise a method that will cut the number of amputations during radical treatment and give him what he needs. Yeah, we can get some new tech out of this if he's successful. Some more steam cores. Holy cow, that scout team is so far outside, so let's hope they can actually manage to come back. I think I might have overdone it with them. They might actually die, because the storm is already closing in again.
Work is over for today. There's time for harvest and time for sleep.
Yeah, with the next wave of coal, we can see now that a lot of homes are not heated. Nothing I can do about that, but the inhabitants are leaving these houses and moved into houses that we actually can heat, right? It's over there. So I think it might also be a good idea just to plan for the future, to just have another row of buildings in here as well. So that really everybody can flee to those areas. Because this time it was 20%, it could also be 40%. You never know. We want to keep that as close as possible. Alright. 18 hours. Those poor scouts. 3 steam cores they have as well with them. Let's hope they actually get back home here on time. The other 2 scout teams are in. This might be a tricky one. They can see the wave of cold behind them probably right now. Alright, the doctor was trying to improve radical treatment is here. He is reporting a breakthrough. It's certainly an unorthodox method and my learned colleagues would be appalled at the experiments I had to perform. But it works. I expect the number of amputations during radical treatment to be halved. He seems eager to get back to his everyday work and try this new method. Perfect. This is a permanent bonus that we have now. And the scout team managed to get back home before the storm. Very good. Time to spend my scout teams again. And yeah, the next storm is upon us. Nothing really severe here. Everybody has a warm place as well. And we continue onwards in the next and probably last episode of Frostpunk Extreme. Stay tuned! Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Frostpunk Extreme once more, day 110 it is, and yeah, once again a recurring problem, discontent. It is super high right now, we get the next ultimatum. This is really not optimal that we have to do this after or during every storm. So one of the goals is to get the discontent down. How can we do this? By normalizing, of course, also work shifts. However, we would need to normalize it for almost all of my workplaces. And for now, I'm not confident enough yet that we have enough coal production to actually do this. So what we can do is, we can now finally start using those 2 coal deposits that we have. We got 6 steam cores. Of course, also, we should continue with providing them to the camps to further their development. But for now, I would really like to work on my own needs there as well. And that is then these the coal production, right? I cannot endlessly continue here. We have the next coal thumper there. That is already nice. And they're all working on extended shifts, right? So this is also pretty severe. Yeah, those coal mines will also need workers, of course. And we have, of course, already the highest level there, the advanced coal mine. And this also needs 3 steam cores here. So let's go ahead and actually place those 2 here. Depleting our coal mine or steam cores with that, and with them we have them also within a shrine. And the other thing we still would need then here is also a steam hub for those guys here, right? So there is going to be some overlapping there again. Nothing else I could do. I could have it a bit further over here probably. Yeah, this looks good, so I can actually have another one then here as well. So let's do this. There is this tiny area here. Of course, a field kitchen would also do wonders, right? A field kitchen would also boost their heat level. So let's get us a field kitchen in there. And then we have this road that goes all the way over here for probably another 2 hothouses then that we can... Yeah, 2 hothouses might be fine for this. And then also the steam hub so that we can actually keep it running during storms as well. The only thing here is we probably will need to have some homes. So I could try... I mean, who would like to live here? No one, right? Let's actually have it here. Let's start here, so we have those roads. I just want to make this as tight as possible. And then we have the road, right? And then we have the next steam hub. That would be then somewhere over... Yeah, the tricky thing is I would need to get both of them in. It's not as easy as it looks. But I have one steam hub then here, and we can have another one then here for also the garden that I'm planning there. This actually is working out perfect. Let's have it like that. So that's finally it. We are starting with the coal mining as well. And we'll just see how that turns out for my coal overall production then. Meanwhile, we are continuing also with chopping down the trees. This one is running out of trees now soon. And this one also is going to run out soon. So this is 2 more productions that we will not need then anymore. And then we have, of course, this steam sawmill here that... Alright, they just stopped working, that's it. I was wondering why it's freezing. But of course, because they're not working right now. This district is coming along, so we're going to take a bit of time there. We have no more steam cores now, so I don't think I can send anything over there, as they really only want to go with the steam cores at this point. There it is. And this steam hub here, actually, we're going to not have active for now, nor do we have this house here active, right? We don't need it. It was just there really to plan ahead there, and for now it's not needed. We have the field kitchen that I can actually staff with some people. Yeah. And this is going to provide then the warmth to the advanced coal mine here, number 1, and advanced coal mine number 2. Really tall buildings, look fantastic, and they are going to boost my coal output quite significantly, 6,500 per day. Though, yeah, we're on steam level 3. But it's a nice bump, of course. Alright, it had to happen at some point. Rotting roots, we have it. As a result, the roots of the plants have rotted. Until they regrow, the hothouses will work at only 10% efficiency. This is really severe, right? So this will totally wreck my food production. And with that, we have now a negative supply here of 200 per day. We have, however, 10,000 food rations stored. It's going to last me 6 days, leading to 800, 1,000. So we should easily survive it, right? At this point, because we've stockpiled enough. If this would have happened earlier, we probably would have ended the game, because this is one of those things that can really break you. There's the one for the hothouses, right? And then there's the one for the hunter huts. And if it happens too early, then it's game over, basically. Now let's just check out my coal mines. They're working now, and they're producing almost 100 coal per hour, right? Let's compare this one, for example, to a gathering post with 23. Of course, the steam coal thumper is the one that we should look at, and this is 111. So they're almost equal. The only difference is that the coal mine only requires 10 engineers, whereas the coal thumper requires 10, and then up to 4 gathering posts to collect is 50 workforce, right? So that is quite a severe difference between the two of them. However, of course, the coal deposits are not endless. And another emergency for the hot springs. The storm damaged the installation that heats our plants, and this needs to be repaired ASAP. So let's just have a look what they want. Some wood we can supply. Also, there it is. Those 2 sawmills will run out of wood now, and there's the second one. So that's at least 2 more sawmills that I don't need. We can also dismantle the shrine out there in this one. It's been a pleasure. We might actually just keep some trees for people to wander around. Is there someone lying around here? There's 2 people standing out there in the forest. I have no idea what they're doing. Enjoying the trees, of course. That might be something. Large crater survivors. Yeah, let's escort them home. So this scout team here was actually quite successful, right? I'm not going to risk it any further though, because the storm is closing in already again. So we will have at least 2 waves of survivors for this turn. And there's the other coming down. We could actually keep the roads, right? Why not? It's not like I need the wood there really. Alright, another very dangerous hazard that is actually pretty bad in combination with the other one that we just had. The steam cores are seizing, so the efficiency of all steam core buildings and automatons is reduced by 90%, which is really severe. It is affecting my coal mines, right? So they're down to 20 per hour now. We still maintain that positive balance, but now it's a bit tighter than before. We have the hothouses once again not working full capacity, so we continue onwards with a negative food supply all the way to the next storm. So this will dwindle our resources by another 2,000 food rations, about that. Alright, this is still something we can also manage. Also very severe is though the infirmaries. They are not working at 100% anymore. Some of them only work at 35% efficiency from now on. This is really bad for us, and this is severely reducing my recovery rates that we have. So overall, a very bad hazard. One of the worst ones out there, I think, especially in later game. Emergency funds for the children's mine, for some wood. We can do this. Other than that, I'm still definitely yeah, not so optimistic about those hazards. If there's another one coming in again that would affect my hothouses, after that, then we might actually need to look at other means to provide food, right? So hunter huts I would probably need to build up to further diversify, but we'll just see. All right, my scouts. Still, it's not easy anymore here. I would really like to get something. Come on, not just steel. Give me something more than that. What is that? What is it? Transport. What I'm doing actually is I'm going to reactivate my workshops. Yep, that's right. And we had a third one somewhere. There it is. And we're actually going to have a look into my hunter's gear, right? I mean, we were super unlucky now, but let's actually, just for the heck of it, also get the hunters upgraded, so that we diversify our food income a bit more. Because the further we grow, and we aren't fully grown yet, the more food we consume. And if something like this happens where 2 or 3 times in a row the hothouses are being affected, this could actually break us. So I don't want this to happen, of course. Empty, empty, empty. I love the word empty. Right, empty cave, empty snowfall. And so we're researching, so we have the flying hunters now, and now we can go into hunter tactics, so we employ fewer workers. Actually, we don't need the super now. Flying hunters gear, actually, we get more raw food out of that. While we research that, we could actually go ahead now and build some hunter hangars, right? So I didn't actually believe that I would need that, but at some point you just have to go for it. And yeah, let's have them out here, all the way behind my industry zone. We're just going to add us a couple of these. I mean, a couple. I definitely want to play this safe, right? So let's have them here. And we can build them. We have the workforce. I mean, not really, actually, now that I think about it. Workers, we have 60. Engineers, we have 57. So I would probably like to, if I want to get more workers out, we probably will have to relocate some of them to gathering posts and so there we have it, for example, right? And we have lots of children. So I could also allocate this, because we do need these workers actually, right? For missions to the settlements. Another thing right over here, we don't have a church yet for these guys there. Right, so we have one there, perfect. And then of course we also will need one out here. And probably another one then right in here somewhere. Yeah, we could send, once again, helping hands. That's 35 people, though, they want from us. That's quite a lot, so I'm still going to wait on that. And there's my hunters. So, they can actually go in for one haul for the night. And as you can see, we do need quite a few workforces there, even though with the upgrades, then we can reduce this significantly. So they will bring in 24 per day. Right, as opposed to, for example, 1.7 per hour, but with the reduction right now, I think the hothouses are still far superior to this. Especially since, at least I think, you can't boost the hunters with the shrine. Hunter, flying hunter gear, so this is now going to be more, so it's 39 raw food, of course. With all the upgrades, I think it's pretty equal. And then we have the few people there as well. So I do have now diversified my food income, right? So if one of them is a factor, we can just boost the other one. And children's mine. We thank you for the medics you sent to help our healthcare. There's still so much more sick kids than that, and we noticed that the youngest unfortunately wind up at the end of the queue. You could tell your medics to organize and enforce a queue starting with the more severely sick. Start with the sickest kids. Let them organize themselves. Let's start with the sickest. Actually, this time around, I'm going to displease them. Let's help the kids there a bit. And they're working, right? Hunters are out there, out of the crater. They're hunting around us. But just like with the hothouses, the hunters do not work during a storm. So this is something to keep in mind. Scouts are coming in again. And yeah, of course, we'll also feel now the reduced efficiency of my infirmaries there quite a bit. By the way, I don't think all the infirmaries have the shrine. Yeah. We could go with another shrine here. And this infirmary also does not have a shrine. There's no other workplace close by. So let's build it there. Super important. Every single bit counts, really. Negative 80. Let's actually go for level 4 right away. So we keep the heat up as high as possible. So really no one is freezing because treatment time is just severely reduced right now. I'm also going to turn off my sawmills prematurely. By the way, the new sawmills are also running out of wood now soon. Yeah, and after the storm, just shortly after, we can feel that, right? We got 136 right now because of the reduced sick rate. Now, however, the hazard is gone again, so it's back to normal, and hopefully we get those sick down. So 130, that's severely reducing my economy right now, but I think we'll be fine. Next hazard, frozen grounds. The gathering post and all coal thumpers are working at 10% efficiency. So we basically could actually also just keep them offline. No, not really. They're still working at 30% because we're of course boosting them again with the shrine and also with my tech. So in this case here, 30% it is. This is still of course severe, and as we can see, with that we have a negative coal supply now. But we have 60,000 coal supplied. We have a discrepancy right now of 1,000 coal per day for 6 days. No problem at all. And we can even further reduce the steam level here, of course. We can also, if I want to go ahead and turn off these steam hubs here for the industry zone. The same goes with my coal mine. And with that, we actually have a positive surplus, even though we have this hazard running. So that is actually, for a change, a nice hazard for us. Only possible because we have started with the coal mining, right? So we have diversified the coal production, and we have diversified the food production, and both of this is helping us now quite a bit. I do have 6 steam cores. The question is now, what do we do with that? I could either start with the wall drilling. We do have still 2,000, 2,500, 5,000, 4,000 rather, 4,000 wood that the sawmills bring in. So I'm going to risk it and say, no, we don't need the steam cores for the wall drills now. We're going to continue with the expansion of my settlements here. And the children's mine, we are at level 5 with them. Yeah, we can actually send them now the hothouses and the coal mine, right? So that's 3 steam cores for these guys here. Plus we can send them the helping hands, reducing our workforce a bit, but that's okay. And the shipwreck camp would also like to get the steam sawmills. That's actually 3 steam cores, but okay, let's go ahead with this. And with this, the settlements grow further. I think actually for the shipwreck camp, we might push it now to level 6 then. That would be another nice boost, of course. Long hours of toil. Actually, I wanted to go with reduced work time now for my coal production, but looking at my penalties, I don't think it's a good idea. And yes, with that, the shipwreck camp is completed, right? So we got the first settlement completed, and the children's mine is also completed. Great stuff. 2 camps, 2 settlements fully completed. Now we just have the hothouses, and there's still going to be a bit of work. Sir, a group of amputees is here to see you. They want to help in the cookhouse. We don't want to sit on our arses all day, content with it just being kept alive. Content. We can't do hard work anymore, but if we fashion some simple prostheses out of wood, we can help in the cookhouse and earn our keep. We will spend 100 wood, and cookhouse efficiency will be will rise by 40%. Of course, that is super easy. And with that, yeah, my 2 cookhouses are now at 170% efficiency. That's pretty great, I think. The next sawmill is out of work. Let's dismantle it. With that, we have 2 more sawmills actually only that are working for us now. But we have 6 steam cores, so we could go for a wall drill after the storm. Okay, once again, the storm is over. Oh, wait a second. First of all, let's reduce the steam level again. And let's have a look. Pump renovation it is. All pumps will be overhauled and improved to expand the cultivated area. I would like to continue, of course, with providing for the hot springs. This should be fun. And with that, we are unlocking level 5 for the hot springs as well. And yeah, a whole bunch of things. So they want new pumps for settlement. Alright, we can do this. We can also give them a borehole. We will try to make food production safer without devastating their natural habitat and places important to the locales. Oh, overflow redirection will not be possible anymore. This is the other one. The best way to do it would be flood the caves. Alright, let's go with boreholes. Yeah. And then we have the wall drill as well. Wood deposits to help with the repair and maintenance of buildings, and then also the comfortable housing that I'm also going to give them. And then I think only the helping hands is the last one, but for that we need 30 workers that we actually don't have right now, because I'm also using them in my hunters, right? Hunter hangars there. That's something to keep in mind. With that, we still have 2 steam cores available, and I think we don't need to send any more steam cores over. Let's just wait for these shipments to arrive, and then we'll just decide on that. Yeah, I think I'm going to risk it. Let's actually get us the workforce. And with that, we can send helping hands over. And then we have also fully developed the hot springs. And that's going to happen in 9 hours. Alright, the last storm covered all the furnaces with a thick layer of ice. All steel production will be 70% less efficient. That's okay. That's a weak hazard. I can live with that, right? Because we have enough steel anyway. And there it is. Hot springs fully developed now. And with that, we have all the camps now fully developed. They're also all loyal to us as far as I can see. And we have unlocked the achievement with that. How very good. Alright, some steam cores are coming in. I would like to use 2 of them for the large gardens finally, right? So we have the space then here. Oh, actually, you know what? We had the street there as well. Let's just see how we can place them. Something like that. And then another one on the other side. Something like that. We'll also, of course, need to properly heat this area then. So I'm going to need another steam hub then over here somewhere. First of all, we need to make sure that I'm not wasting it too much. I mean, it's a lot of space that these gardens require. I think this would be the best way. Yeah. Let's have a steam up here. And then I'm going to need another one for this area. So this is pure luxury, right? But it's going to be worth it. And then we have one here. I think this will also be safe to use here. Perfect. There you go. With that, this plaza is coming along that I wanted to do, right? And we can also go ahead and have then some more streetlights here. Just around the garden there, really. With that, we are really close now to the core, right? So this is still not stable enough. We still don't have that endless mode here, and I still also need to work on extended shifts to make this work. Alright, the next storm. As we are approaching the next storm, or as we are in the next storm actually, the last sawmills are out of business. So I'm going to dismantle this one. This is ending an era, right? No more trees. I'm keeping a few trees as souvenirs. So over there and over there, these are little parks, right? National parks. I'm going to declare it now a national park. And yeah, there's people around that, or usually, you know, they like to go to walk in the forest. It's fine for them and they can do this. However, now we have no more source of wood. Lucky us, we got 8 steam cores that we found. So I'm going ahead and we can now finally have that advanced wall drill. We could build 2 of them. I'm going with 1 for now, right? And out here, there is actually already then the road connection as well. I mean, this one is getting dismantled now. Let's dismantle this and let's build the new one, right? And yeah, we're probably going to make a straight road basically from here then that goes then to this area here. It's really far outside, so it's going to take them a long time just to get to this place and build it. And that's then the steam cores that we are basically now using on that. Once again, as expected, another ultimatum. We're still fighting this, right? As we're entering now day 150, ladies and gentlemen. So we've come a long way. Let's put the the heater on. I don't need an extended shift on the wall drill though, right? So this is the highest level for this as well. Of course, as always, we are also going to activate this one with a shrine, right? So we're going to really boost its output there once again with this nice passive bonus that we have. Storm is over, and 150 days we have survived so far. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Frostpunk once more. Day 150, boy, this town is looking big at this point. We're closing in on 600 people. My goal right now is, of course, that we start a bit with automation and also using our Steam cores here to, to its maximum. For that, first of all, a lost shipment. We've been asked to mediate a dispute between the hot springs and the children's mine. Our scouts found a shipment of food which was abandoned during a storm halfway between the two settlements. Both parties claim it. Give it to hot springs, give it to the children. The hot springs actually produce food and send it to us, so it doesn't really make sense that we would give it to them. Yeah, let's actually just give it to the children. And in this case, that totally makes sense, right? In that case. We have a beautiful town, haven't we? I mean, it's cold, of course, so you will not have a nice day at the beach. But at least at the gardens, there's actually people lining up for this. And of course, large gardens really make a difference there, keeping people happy. 5 Steam cores, let's get cracking with what really matters. So we still have this major goal, a major problem right now that we get, first of all, 30 amputees. These guys are just sitting around all day. Some of them are actually helping out in the cookhouse, right, with the improvement that we had, and the others are just sitting around. So this is not good. And second of all, we still work on a lot of extended shifts, especially all my gathering posts and cold thumpers here. And this is unfortunately with all of the Steam hubs still required, right? It's too close there at the moment that any kind of emergency would actually also tip me over the point again. So what we're doing is now we are starting with finally the factory. This is a pretty big building, a plant where automatons and other highly advanced devices can be produced, and of course other devices we are we're actually looking at prostheses with that. Now, one thing we would like to do also, another industrial hothouse, the last one that we are squeezing in over here. And can I now get my factory in there? It would have been nice to have it here. Yeah, no, it would not have. It would not really fit in. We can have it out here, or in my industrial zone. Actually, this makes more sense, right? We already have a nice steam hub here. And out here, let's have the factory. It's not a really beautiful building. It's just a very loud building, and dirty that is as well. So there it is, factory building on its way in an area where we don't need to have any gathering posts anymore then. And this actually drops us now to 2 steam cores, right? The next food production, and then also here now my factory. The goal is, to have more and more automation now then. But of course, this is still going to take a while. First and foremost, amputees. That is my goal. Now, there it is. And in this case here, let's assign some children to that again. Do we have extended shifts in the hothouses? We do. Let's keep the extended shift for now. Even though food-wise, we should be fine of actually turning it down here. Have a look what the difference is if I get the hothouses all to normal shifts, right? I mean, it's quite a big difference there, and it's still totally fine, right? We definitely did lose some food there, but we're still way ahead of what we actually consume. And at the end of the day, we have the factory running. There's no hazard so far, I'm wondering. And here we can now assign engineers to that, of course, and we can then decide what we want to produce. Let's start with the prosthesis, and they need 5 steel each. And we do need around 29 of them right now. So we're just going to produce 30 just to have something here for the future as well, right? And this will be quite a nice production. And with that, all of these amputees will finally get back to work, or at least have a decent life running around. And there we have it, generator congestion, very next day. And once again, the generator consumes twice as much coal. And this leads to a total coal consumption of 777. And with that, we're even yet once again clear. Now, the factory should be starting now.
A new workday starts in the name of...
There it is. And with that, we're now producing, then look at the speed of it. And this is now then directly reducing the amount of amputees. Or is it? Or actually they will then just still be amputees, of course, but back to the workforce again. Something like that. We'll just see. Yes, now it's going down actually. 27, 26, 25. Very good. Another big advancement there for Winterbourne. Emergency for the children. Of course we can do this. An emergency aid. 250 wood is something we can easily afford at this point. I'm still on the lookout, of course, for more survivors as well. And the snow dune. Over there usually is something juicy, right? But it's just very far away from from everything. So definitely takes some time. Oh yeah, and the children of mine are happy with that. In between, we get two waves actually of survivors coming in. So from 600, we should have a nice bump to I think 650 or something. Very good. First is in also steam cores, and the second one also has steam cores and survivors. So this was a jackpot this time around. 2 survivor waves and 2 times steam cores. Just really on time once again for everything to close in. It's always a bit risky, always a bit that tingling sensation to get those guys there in, and there it is. And with that we have actually 661. We definitely want to reach those 700. That's going to be the achievement. And in this case, let's suspend those scouts again. Yeah, performance is ticking a bit now. And I think we still have room for ample more. And let's just see. There it is once more. We got 16 cores. Now, the thing is, we don't need anything else anymore for the wood, right? The wood is now pretty much self-sufficient and we are endlessly producing that. And the ratio for that is super high. So we're talking about the steam sawmill produces 90 wood per day. And the advanced wall drill produces 240 per day, right? So almost 3 times as much, and one of them is totally fine and already puts us over the edge. The same goes with the steel. 2 is fine, we're capped on that anyway, so let's actually turn it off now for the storm then again. Also the wall drill, nothing that we need. The really big problem that we have is the coal still, and for that we need to now build also the next advanced coal mine then in this slot here. So this is literally now the last slot that we have for this. You only get 3 deposits, right? And this is now the next one. And yeah, let's have it then here. The problem with this one will actually be, if I want to automate that, we need to have a steam hub close by, because the automatons need steam hubs to refuel. There's nothing here, right? So this is my resource area, a resource depot area. And that's not super ideal, but of course we'll manage. With that, we've used all the deposits then as well. And we still have 3 steam cores left. One of them I would like to use for another infirmary that we can squeeze in here into this spot, right? So this should really be then enough. I mean, with those people coming in, of course, the demand for that will be higher than ever before. This is definitely true. We have already the shrine here. It's affecting it. Perfect. Not that much we need to do there other than just build it and yeah, assign people to that. Level 4 it is. Next storm is coming in. Let's assign some 5 people to that infirmary. And then we still have 2 steam cores that we can use either for hothouses, something that I don't think we'll need for a while. So we're rather probably going to build automatons now finally, starting the automation. But let's get through that storm first. A new hazard, every new construction will require more steel. Question is, does it affect the automatons as well? No. They still have the same amount of steel that we always have. Yeah, I think that's it. 2 steam cores. Let's go ahead and construct the first 2 automatons. Shall we do this? Interesting, exciting. A new era starts with that. We just need a lot more steam cores now. And it's really quickly built. And there we get the first one. And we're of course going to now assign them to the coal mining. So here we can now assign an automaton. It's going to produce less per hour, but it's going to work 24 hours. And there the bugger is coming out. A beast. Looking around real quick. We'll see what we can do. And on its way now. I mean, they're super scary, of course. Like there's a laser coming out and vaporizing people. Could happen anytime. And Tom Cruise is jumping into damsel's distress. other than that, they're going to work nicely for us now. The second one should be coming out then soon as well. And as we can see, yeah, the difference is quite there, right? So it's 20 coal per hour, less, but 24 hours. That's the thing, right? There's also the steam hub here really close to it, so you can always refuel. Alright, that's that. Rockspire Supply Depot, we're continuing there. And there's the second one, and we're also going to assign this right away to the advanced coal mine. Also, those mines will not need any heaters anymore, so that is also some coal that we save out of this, right? Let's, by the way, activate that steam again. And there it's coming over. I mean, really impressive stuff, those guys. And it's now going to automatically then work and produce it. And with that, yeah, hopefully the long hours of toil we can reduce them soon now. Right, that's it. Let's just have a look at that. Frozen River, nothing over there. And Icefall Mine looks promising. Sounds promising at least. Where's my coal production looking at? With that, we are now at 9,000 coal production per day. So we can actually now raise it to steam level 4. And we're still 2,000 in advance. So next up is actually reducing now the workforce or the extended shifts for my gathering post and just see where we go with that. Let's start with a few. There you go. We also have that steelworks here still doing the extended shifts, and there's still a whole lot of them here. So it's reducing it by 4 hours per day, right? Which is quite significant. And with that, we're closing it in. So below 2,000 now. It's all about that self-sufficiency here, and that people can actually live in peace. And this has been bugging me for quite some time now, right? So we can further reduce it. This is already on normal shift. The hunters don't have shifts per se. I mean, not an extended shift that I can actually toggle. The coal thumpers themselves. Yeah, this is pushing it now. But thanks to my automatons, we're having a 24-hour production now of coal. The cool thing is also the shrine still works, right? So we're still getting that 8% out of the... Oh, actually it doesn't. This is the coal mining rationalization, the boost that the coal mines get. The shrine is not working anymore. Oh, I didn't know. Alright. We have the food already turned off for the hot houses. So with that, we have a positive surplus still. Serious accident? Sir, there's been an accident. An automaton has stepped on a man, crushing his leg and crippling him for life. People argue that the automatons should walk more slowly and carefully, even at the cost of their own efficiency. Slow them down? No, we cannot. Actually, this content will rise slightly. That's okay actually for me. I mean, just be careful for God's sake. I mean, he's working in the coal mine. It's not like you're getting confused over there. So just do this. By the way, also, we have 0 discontent now. And that is because we have no more overtime. We got the pleasure house. We got the fighting arenas. And yeah, actually, we don't have all houses in a fighting arena, right? So we have those guys here, for example, do not have a fighting arena. Let's build us 2 more here. Anything else? Yeah, there would be a fighting arena needed. Make sure that everybody has a fighting arena close by, really. And also no more extended shifts, right? And even with that, no more extended shifts. Very comfortable on the coal level, even on steam level 4. That means we don't ever need to go down in the temperature anymore. We can always stay now at the highest temperature for all of my zones, for all of my buildings, for all of my workers, right? Also on the food-wise, no more extended shifts, and we still have a very comfortable bonus there right now. We never ever need to worry about food anymore. People don't need to work longer. They don't need to work in the crappy things. The automatons are going to make sure of this. And yeah, quite honestly, this is the end of Frostpunk Extreme Megacity. We have achieved everything we wanted, right? The settlements are fully developed. We have a super big city. The only thing that I would really like to push now is the 700 people. And that's just really for the symbolic gesture. So let's just see if we can do this. Unfortunately, so far, I'm super unlucky with that. Yeah, those scouts will probably die. A bit too late there, right? The storm is going to hit again, and there's not a single wave of survivors unfortunately coming in this time. It's a bit unlucky. Okay, the storm is over. We actually got 3 steam cores back home. So with that, I would like to produce, continue with 3 more automatons. Actually quite a lot, right? That we can then use right away on my next coal mine. And also probably on the wall drill. That otherwise is a workplace that's actually pretty cold. Children's mine. My people have a right to their own opinions. Please tell your people to watch the word. Some of them got into a shouting match with a foreman over his treatment of the children. I'll talk to them. Don't talk badly about the children, please. New automaton coming out. So this one here is now for the coal mine. And let's just have a look at the productivity of it now. And it's at 72.9. Is it the same? Yeah, it's the same. So it doesn't calculate in the route it takes for it to get to the steam hub. And the next steam hub for this one is actually here, right? And I will not build another steam hub just for this one because honestly it would be a pretty big waste of coal, right? That I don't want to afford with all of that. We're still very comfortable now despite having everything running at maximum. So I'm really happy about this. The next automaton comes out. This one is probably then... I mean, it's faced steel and wood is pretty much done. We could have it work at a steam coal thumper, right? So instead of my engineers having to dig up the coal, the automaton can do it now day and night, which is once again also pretty cool. Right, this could then stays at 0 now, so there's nothing else anymore. 600 are living near a fighting arena. That's just how it goes. And I'm still having this impossible task of actually finding survivors out there. After all these storms, there's barely any group out there anymore. Animal migration. Hunters bring in 90% less raw food. Ah, that's not a big deal. My hunters are working just as placebo, really, so that those who want to hunt can actually go on a hunt, right? So it's just to keep people busy a bit. Even with that, we have no problem thanks to the hothouses there as well. And if my hothouses are being a factor, we just relocate the other hunter huts that we have prepared for all of this. No problem over there. Ice straws goes to Snowy Hill. Unfortunately, this is all looking very unpromising again. So what I've just learned is that on endurance mode you cannot get to 700 people actually. 600 is the cap and everything beyond that is just out of survivors. So we have it done. I was already wondering why there's no survivors anymore out there for 3 consecutive waves now. And there's none, right? So I can't find any more people. So we have officially finished this game. Winterbourne has prevailed, right? It is automated. It can basically function on its own now. I don't need to micromanagement anything anymore. We have no more extended shifts. We have fully automated coal and food production also coming in, so I don't need to worry about that anymore. Most of my people are actually without a job at this point, so there is no point really in continuing. I hope you enjoyed this one. This is really the biggest Frostpunk base I've built so far. It is truly massive. And it also brings the engine a bit to its knees there when it comes to my frame rate. Overall, a super enjoyable game. As always, the first 3 storms are super intense, and then it's all about expanding that base all the way up to the top, plus a bit of automation. We could continue with building automatons now, but other than that, that's the end of it. I hope you enjoyed this one, Frostpunk. We might have a look at the other scenarios there as well, up to Frostpunk 2. If you enjoy my content, please consider supporting me on Patreon and follow me live on Twitch as well. Other than that, see you in the comments and in the next Let's Play. Winterbourne Prevailed. Cheers!